Today, we have gathered here for one of the flagship events of Sri Lanka Navy, the Logistics Conference 2024, organized by the course participants of 8th Long Logistics Management course. Meanwhile, several important announcements are to be made prior to commence the event. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be commencing the event conference within 5 minutes, and I kindly request mobile phones are to be switched off or maintain them in silent mode. Further, when the arrival of the chief guest, all are kindly requested to rise from your seats to mark our respect. Thank you. heat of the battle, having your resources at the right place at the right time is crucial. Ladies and gentlemen, in other words, victory can be achieved only through superior logistics.
Distinguished dignitaries, delegations from Pakistan and Bangladesh, senior officers, ladies and gentlemen, a very pleasant morning to all of you. And I warmly welcome you all to the Logistics Conference 2024. On behalf of the Commandant, Naval and Maritime Academy, it gives me the immense pleasure to extend a very warm welcome to our chief guest, the Commander of Sri Lanka Navy, Vice Admiral Priyantha Perera, and our guest of honor, the keynote speaker, Professor Nilesh Perera, to the beautiful city of Trincomalee, the heart of our Navy.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are extremely honored with your presence for this significant event, Logistics Conference 2024, themed Navigating Sustainably, the Economic Resilience through Contemporary Logistics Management. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference is organized by the course participants of 8th Long Logistics Management course to foster dialogues, share insights, and explore innovative strategies in the field of logistics management.
Every special occasion in our culture is graced by the tradition of lighting the oil lamp. Being a part of the rich cultural heritage of 2,500 years, our nation lets us stand with pride as we demarcate the inauguration of this paramount forum. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now have the honor of inviting our esteemed chief guest and the following dignitaries to light up the traditional oil lamp. The Commander of Sri Lanka Navy, Vice Admiral Priyantha Perera.
The guest of honor and the keynote speaker, Professor Nilesh Perera.
The Commander, Eastern Naval Area, Rear Admiral Kanchana Banakoda.
The Director General Training, the Director General Logistics, Rear Admiral Ruwan Kalubowila.
The Director General Budget and Finance, Rear Admiral Manjula Disanaika.
The Flag Officer Commanding Naval Fleet, Rear Admiral Chandima Silva.
The Director General Training, Rear Admiral Buddhika Lianagamage.
The Commandant Naval and Maritime Academy, Commodore Rohan Joseph.
Acting Director General Civil Engineering, Commodore Ravindra Gunasinghe.
Training Captain, Naval and Maritime Academy, Captain Nilanga Dharmaratna.
Senior Course Coordinator, Long Logistics Management Course, Captain Akila Mendes.
Representing the student officer of Long Logistics Management Course, the senior most course participant, Lieutenant Commander Nuwan Ekanaika.
Representing Sri Lanka Air Force, Squadron Leader Kasun Hettiarachchi.
And representing Sri Lanka Army, Major Vihansa Nanakan. words of General Heinz Guderian, logistics is the ball and chain of military warfare. Ladies and gentlemen, the evolution of logistics management has a significant improvement with the outbreak of the First World War, and the British Army has originated the term military logistics to the world. Therefore, logistics is a unique factor for the military forces.
Sri Lanka is a maritime nation strategically located at the middle of the east-west maritime Silk Route of the Indian Ocean. Importance of this island nation has well identified. Consists with integrated logistic management system and the technology to provide in its services efficiently, effectively, and productively. Sri Lankan Navy in turned into protracted war, fighting since early 1980s, and played a crucial role in destroying enemy supply lines both on land and sea, destroying enemy's floating armory, which had been their center of the gravity. The logisticians of Sri Lankan Navy played a crucial role during this dynamic, challenging, and unique environment. Without logistics, aircraft, battleships, artillery pieces, or helicopters are just numbers on the table of the battle plan. The logistics is one of the main deciding factors of the efficiency of man and equipment deployed in the battle space. Thus, efficiency of naval logistics keeps the seagoing force highly operational and prepared. The officers and sailors of the logistic branch are molded and crafted to the design of the professional studied at the Logistics and Management School. The school was established Naval and Maritime Academy on 5th July 1967 with the intention of developing professionalism of officers and sailors of logistic branch. The long logistic management course was initiated at the Naval and Maritime Academy to facilitate officers of the logistic branch to develop their professional competency in the field of logistic management to perform duties in the effective and efficient manner in Sri Lankan Navy. Officers who successfully completed the course are conferred with a master's degree on business administration in logistic management by the General Sir John Kuthalala Defence University since 2014. The officers of long logistics management course conduct a logistic conference and graduating event. First conference was held in 2016 with the participation of large gathering of local and foreign experts. The Logistic Conference participation of large gathering of local and foreign experts. The Logistic Conference 2020 Trinkle is looking and offering a forum for student officers local and foreign experts to share their experience, discuss the concerns, and to understand each other.
Heroes live till they breathe on earth, but are eternal in our hearts. They shall not grow old, age shall not weary them, nor the years condemn. At the going down of the sun, and in the morning, we will remember them. Ladies and gentlemen, let us stand in silence in commemorating the ultimate sacrifice of our fallen war heroes. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the Naval and Maritime Academy anthem to pay our profound gratitude to our alma mater.
Sinhala viruna vinija bim vidya pita
Ladies and gentlemen, the Naval and Maritime Academy is the premier training institute of the Sri Lanka Navy, which is renowned for creating future military leaders of the highest standard who serves as the first line of defense of our motherland. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now witness a glimpse of activities conducted at the Naval and Maritime Academy.
Dawn of another day at the historic port city of Trincomalee, as sun penetrates through the hollows of green lush, darkness and quietness break away with sounds of commands in sports, parade and drills resonating across the whole area. The Naval and Maritime Academy, popularly known as NMA, comes alive. Being located in the heart of strategic Trincomalee port, with deep water, natural harbour, housing the Sri Lankan Navy's largest fleet, the Naval and Maritime Academy stand tall, grooming officers and sailors with professional competencies and leadership skills. Come a long way from its humble beginnings, the history of this premier training institution runs back as far as to the 1967. When it was established on a piece of land bordering to the naval dockyard towards Inner Harbour on one side and the eastern coast of the country opening to the vast Indian Ocean with a breathtaking view on the other side, making it the ideal location for naval and maritime training, for producing outstanding men and women who could lead the Navy in our endeavor to protect the maritime interest of this nation, best known as the Pearl of the Indian Ocean. The Academy, which has the capacity to train 2,000 trainees at a time, and conducts basic and professional training programs for officer under trainees and advanced professional courses for sailors in all branches, is an ISO 9001-2015 certified institution. They received both military and academic training simultaneously, making profound naval officers specialize in various professional disciplines in selected branches in the Navy. All undergraduate and postgraduate programs conducted are accredited to the renowned General Sir John Kothalavala Defence University for the purpose of conferring for those who successfully completed degree programs offered by NMA. Besides, it affiliated to the country's leading merchant marine training institutions, the CINEC for marine engineering and deep ocean navigation training. Number of training activities are conducted in collaboration with foreign friendly countries like
Australia, Japan, the United States, India, Pakistan, and the United Kingdom
on a regular basis to share experiences, knowledge, and wisdom, inculcating naval diplomacy in early stage of their career. Sri Lankan government, having identified the importance of elevating and developing the naval training of an island nation, granted 2,000 million rupees in 2013 to build a magnificent outlooking state-of-art academic building complex to house all academic training facilities under one roof. The 22 different schools at the academy play a vital role in training officer under trainees and sailors in all branches, and committed to provide specialized training with morale, mental, and physical ideals. The institution provides all trainees with spacious dining and quality accommodation facilities and amenities. The in-house welfare shop and other services outfitted to cater the demands of trainees in all aspects. Besides, the serene environment blessed with help trainees to enjoy the nature and relax, spending a quality and memorable period of time at NMA. In recognition to this institution's untiring effort to conserve the environment, she was awarded with the Merit Trophy of Commendation in the Best Government Institution category that contribute to the environment in year 2019 under the Presidential Environment Award 2019. Esteemed institution is a one-stop destination for the sports activities which are embedded into the daily life. Wide array of sports facilities includes a swimming pool, basketball courts, well-maintained golf course, fully fledged indoor stadium, sports grounds and sailing pool to offer facilities for all popular indoor and outdoor games. The well-equipped gymnasium support trainees to maintain their physical fitness and stamina besides sports. great emphases are drawn to concentrate the mental focus while allowing trainees to practice yoga meditation sessions with nature's blessing around. Regular sessions of range firing using array of firearms adjust the aim of the trainees onto the target and guide to make marksmen and best shooters of the Sri Lanka Navy. Parade ground stands overlooking the beautiful Trincomalee Harbour, is the cradle of discipline, bedrock of all training activities, and the centerpiece which transforms a civilian candidate into a naval officer and groomed to become a great military leader. To achieve the goals set in the maritime strategy of the country and to perform the role of the Navy in a challenging environment with ever-changing technological advances and multi-dimensional threats, the Naval and Maritime Academy and its faculty committed in reviewing curriculums and research and development projects to produce capable men of academically profound, professionally competent, and socially shining to suit for the Sri Lanka Navy while always standing true and firm to its motto, Dantu Settu Manussesu. Discipline are the noblest of men.
Ladies and gentlemen, in order to welcome you all today, let me invite Sri Lanka Navy Cultural Dancing Troupe for a flamboyant display of traditional Sri Lankan dancing. ಕುಣಿತೋಣ.
Ladies and gentlemen, this year for the Logistics Conference 2024, we are excited to present a timely and impactful theme, Navigating Sustainably, the economic resilience through contemporary logistics management. With that, ladies and gentlemen, now we are moving to the theme video of Logistics Conference 2024.
Every success story has a humble beginning, endless efforts, and determination to succeed. Naval and Maritime Academy, throughout its history, has been a legend of its own, creating the chronicles of the future military leaders. The guidance and the inspiration are the key factors in creating leaders who will carry out the legacy built by generations of leaders who stands behind us. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now respectfully invite the guidance and the motivation behind us. The Commandant, Naval and Maritime Academy, Commodore Rohan Joseph, to deliver the welcome remarks. Over to you, sir.
Command of the Sri Lanka Navy, Vice Admiral Priyantha Perera, our chief guest, Professor Nilesh Perera, our guest of honor and keynote speaker, and Madam Perera, Command Eastern Naval Area, Rear Admiral Kanchana Banagoda, Director Generals, Flag Officer Commanding Naval Fleet, former Director Generals of the Logistics Branch, Flag Rank and Senior Officers, officers from our sister services and the Department of Police, participants from our friendly foreign navies, commanding officers, head of departments, distinguished gathering, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. It is indeed an honor and a privilege to stand before you as the Commandant of the Naval and Maritime Academy, the premier naval training establishment of our Navy, to deliver the welcome remarks of the 6th edition of the Logistic Conference 2024. It is with immense pleasure and profound honor that I extend a very warm welcome to Vice Admiral Priyantha Perera, the Command of the Sri Lanka Navy, for accepting our invitation to be the chief guest of this flagship conference of our Naval Logistics Fraternity. Sir, your gracious presence today not only reflects your interest in valuing the professional efforts of officers in the Navy, but also serves as an inspiration to all of us present here and an important driving factor that motivate the officers of the Long Logistics Management Course number 8 who were involved in organizing this conference. I would also like to respectfully welcome Professor Nilesh Perera, who has accepted our invitation to be the guest of honor and also to deliver the keynote speech. We do look forward to your valuable insights that would enrich the proceedings of the conference and benefit this august gathering. Further, I am delighted to extend a very warm welcome to Rear Admiral Kanchana Banagoda, the Command Eastern Naval Area, Director General Logistics, Rear Admiral Ruwan Kalubowila, Director General Budget and Finance, Rear Admiral Manjula Disanayaka, Rear Admiral Chandima Silva, the Flag Officer Commanding Naval Fleet, Rear Admiral Buddhika Lianagamage, Director General Training, Director Generals, Flag Rank and Senior Officers from the Navy and sister services, and officers from our friendly foreign navies to this conference. A special welcome goes to our former Director Generals of the Logistics Branch, and I would like to take this opportunity to recognize their yeoman service rendered by them in uplifting the standards of the Logistics Branch. Let me also extend a very warm reception to our moderators, speakers, and all the other distinguished representatives who are here with us today from universities and private institutions as well. Ladies and gentlemen, let me take you back to 6 June 1944, where troops from the UK, the US, Canada, and France landed in Normandy and started assaulting the German forces. The 80th anniversary of the D-Day landing, celebrated a few days ago, reminds us of the critical role played by logistics that marked the beginning of the end of the World War II. In that note, it is important to mention here that the theme of this year's conference underscores the critical intersections between environmental stewardship, economic prosperity, and logistical efficiency. By embracing sustainable principles and integrating them into our logistics frameworks, we not only safeguard our planet for future generations, but also enhance the resilience and adaptability of our economies in the face of evolving challenges. Today, we will delve into the multifaceted dimensions of contemporary logistics management, exploring innovative strategies, cutting-edge technologies, and best practices that promote sustainable while driving economic growth. Through insightful discussions and interactive sessions, we will seek to uncover new opportunities, address pressing challenges, and catalyze positive change within the logistics industry. Let us be bold in our aspirations, innovative in our approaches, and unwavering in our determination to build a world where sustainability is not merely a goal, but a guiding principle that shapes every aspect of our logistical endeavors. I would like to once again extend a heartfelt welcome to each one of you for your gracious presence today. In concluding, I would like to express my sincere hope that this conference will serve as a catalyst for a meaningful dialogue, collaboration, and action towards a more sustainable future for the logistic industry and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The efforts made in each and every moment help us learn and grow as we stride forward to become the best version of ourselves. In a journey of becoming the best version of ourselves, the insights and the experiences of a great logistician would undoubtedly enrich our understanding of logistics and its significance. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now respectfully invite the Director General Logistics, Rear Admiral Ruwan Kalabovila, to commence the proceedings with the opening remarks. Over to you, sir.
The Chief Guest, Vice Admiral Priyantha Perera, the Commander of the Navy, the keynote speaker, Professor Nilesh Perera, Professor in Supply Chain Management at University of Moratuwa, Dr. Anuja Fernando, Mr. Gunapala Perera, the Commander Eastern Naval Area, Flag Officer Commanding Naval Fleet, the Director Generals representing Navy Headquarters, retired Director Generals of Logistics Branch, Commandant Naval and Maritime Academy, flag rank officers representing Bangladesh and Pakistan navies, officers from Sri Lanka Army, Navy, Air Force and Police, flag rank officers, distinguished academia from Sir John Kothawala Defence University and other universities, representatives from corporate sector, student officers of 8th Long Logistics Management course, officers, officer under trainees, ladies and gentlemen. A very good morning to all of you. As the Director General of Logistics Branch, I warmly welcome all of you to the 6th edition of the Logistics Conference Trincomalee. It gives me a great pleasure and honor to deliver the opening remarks in front of this august gathering at the 6th edition of the Logistics Conference. The Long Logistics Management course is the highest course conducted at Naval and Maritime Academy, which is leading to a master's degree in business administration. Also, the Logistics Conference Trincomalee is the first ever logistics conference in Sri Lanka, which has been organized by the Sri Lanka Navy as a part of Long Logistics Management course. The first Long Logistics Management course was started on 30th January 2014 at the Naval and Maritime Academy Trincomalee, fulfilling the long-felt need of higher professional training for the officers of the Logistics Branch of Sri Lanka Navy. The main objective of the Long Logistics Management course is to develop professional knowledge of Logistics Branch officers in the field of logistics management, enabling them to perform their duties in an efficient and effective manner in the Sri Lanka Navy. As the future Navy logisticians, I'm sure they will meet many new challenges, and their professionalism gained from this course and the wisdom acquired through their service period would help them in meeting those challenges with confidence. This event is the culmination of an enormous collective effort of Long Logistics Management course number 8 student officers, and similar capacity of conference started in year 2016 and continued 5 chapters under different contemporary themes. I should profoundly mention that the conference series has been a well-knowledge disseminating forum where SLN logisticians researched many developments in the logistics operations. Moreover, the Logistics Conference Trincomalee has been a well-recognized platform for both military and civil scholars and provides opportunities for grooming logisticians to broaden their horizon in the contemporary field. By continuing the 6th edition Logistic Conference this year, which will unfold under the theme of Navigating Sustainably, the economic resilience through contemporary logistics management is timely articulated topic at present economic recession. I strongly believe that a joint approach to resolve common issues is a necessity at all times. The awareness of logistical functions and knowing contemporary developments in the government sector, military sector, and corporate sector are of paramount importance. Therefore, the initiative to join hands with all experts in the field of logistics is much appreciated. The term logistics was related to military till 1960s, and the concept imparted to the corporate sector thereafter. The entrepreneurs and high-level management in commercial sector observed the efficiency of the military logistics and wanted to absorb military concepts to corporate sector for profit maximization of stakeholders and cost minimization to the customers. With these developments, the corporate sector found new concept and named it as supply chain management as a part of logistics. To my understanding, both concepts are either side of a coin. In an era defined by global connectivity and rapid technological advancements, the significance of logistics management in fostering economic resilience is of paramount importance. As we navigate through an ever-evolving landscape of challenges, the theme, Navigating Sustainably, the economic resilience through contemporary logistics management, emerges as a beacon, guiding businesses, industries, and economies towards sustainable growth and adaptability. With that stand, resilience is a multifaceted concept that is used in the corporate world. It commonly refers to the ability to bounce back, adapt and recover from challenges, setbacks, and adversity. In the economic context, economic resilience refers to the ability of an economy to withstand and recover from various shocks, disturbances, and challenges while maintaining its stability and functionality. The concept of economic resilience is crucial in promoting sustainable growth, safeguarding against uncertainties, and ensuring the long-term viability of economies in an increasingly complex and interconnected world. The theme concept of this conference aims to identify the significance of contemporary logistics management, offering a platform for experts, leaders, practitioners, academic professionals, and students to engage in insightful discussions, share ideas, and collectively chart a course towards economic resilience. I strongly believe that the Logistics resilience to ensure sustainable development after pandemic and economic crisis. I sincerely hope that the conference will provide a good platform for student officers of the long logistics management course to broaden their horizons further in the field of logistics. So, ladies and gentlemen, concluding my opening remarks, let me pay my gratitude and tribute to the chief guest, the Commander of the Navy, and the keynote speaker for sparing their valuable time and avail here to grace this conference and deliver the conference keynote speech, which we are eagerly awaiting. Also, I would like to extend my sincere gratitude to the Commander Eastern Naval Area, Director General Training, Commandant Naval and Maritime Academy, Senior Course Coordinator of LLMC and his staff, Directing Staff of NMA and course participants of 8th Long Logistics Management course for their untiring efforts to initiate this 6th edition of Logistics Conference Trincomalee. As we embark on this journey over the next few hours, we are not just attendees of a conference, but participants in a collective exploration of ideas, innovations, and possibilities. This conference serves as a platform for us to share insight, challenge assumptions, and inspire one another to push the boundaries of what we believe is possible. I wish great success and brainstorming conference to all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, let me take a few moments to outline the program for the Logistics Conference 2024, themed Navigating Sustainably, the Economic Resilience through Contemporary Logistics Management. Throughout the day, our conference will be featured under 3 sessions.
The first session, titled Transformative Logistics for Sri Lanka's Economic Renaissance.
The second session, themed The Public-Private Synergy Driving Economic Prosperity Through Logistics.
Third session, under the theme Green Horizons, Steering Sustainable Logistics for Economic Resilience.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's my privilege to invite Lieutenant Commander Bhathiya Samaravira, a student officer of 8th Long Logistics Management course, to introduce our esteemed chief guest for the Logistics Conference 2024. Over to you, Bhathiya.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Vice Admiral Priyantha Perera is the 25th Commander of the Sri Lanka Navy, having assumed this position on December 18, 2022. Born and educated in Colombo, he attended Royal College before joining the Sri Lanka Navy in 1987 as an officer cadet. He graduated from the General Sir John Kothalaula Defence University with honours in defence studies and was commissioned as a sub-lieutenant in 1989 after completing his initial training at the Naval and Maritime Academy while being the recipient of the Sword of Honour. Vice Admiral Priyantha Perera has an extensive and distinguished academic and professional background, while his educational journey includes a series of significant qualifications: Bachelor of Arts, Defence Studies, and Masters in Science degree in Management, which he graduated with honours from General Sir John Kothalaula Defence University. Postgraduate Diploma in International Relations, which was awarded by the Bandaranaike Centre for International Studies. Master's degree in Maritime Policy, which he obtained with distinction from the University of Wollongong in Australia. Master of Military Science in Strategic Studies from National Defence University, China. And he is an alumnus of the prestigious US Naval War College. He further completed multiple advanced courses and has specialized in clearance diving from the Indian Naval Diving Training School in 1994. Vice Admiral Perera's career spans over 35 years, during which he has held various critical positions. He has commanded several naval vessels, including offshore patrol vessels, fast gunboats, fast attack craft, and fast missile vessels. He also has the distinction of being the squadron commander of the 4th Fast Attack Craft Flotilla and commanding the elite special boat squadron of the Sri Lanka Navy twice. Few of his prestigious show appointments include Director Naval Training, Director Naval Operations, Commander Southern and Northern Naval Areas, and Chief of Staff of the Navy. He has been decorated with several medals for gallantry and meritorious service. Vice Admiral Priyantha Perera is a 3-time recipient of the Rana Shura Padakkama, awarded for his bravery action displayed during the extended conflict period, among other service medals. As Commander of the Sri Lanka Navy, Vice Admiral Perera has been instrumental in driving modernization and innovation. His tenure has seen the integration of advanced technology and new strategic doctrines aimed at enhancing naval capabilities and readiness. He has spearheaded various programs aimed at supporting coastal communities and providing humanitarian assistance, reflecting his belief in the Navy's broader role in national development and societal support. Beyond his military career, Vice Admiral Perera is an accomplished sportsman, having engaged in a variety of aquatic and adventure sports. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to have with us a leader whose career is a testament to dedication, excellence, and visionary leadership. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I now respectfully invite the Commander of the Sri Lanka Navy, Vice Admiral Priyantha Perera, to deliver the inaugural speech of the conference. Over to you, sir.
Professor Nilesh Perera and lady, retired Director Generals from the Logistic Branch, Commander Eastern Naval Area, Director Generals, Flag Officer commanding the Naval Fleet, and all flag rank officers, foreign invitees, and participants from the other services and police, distinguished invitees and participants on all the fields, officers, ladies and gentlemen. It's with immense pleasure I stand here before you at the Logistic Conference 2024 organized by the Long Logistic Management Course number 8. We heard the theme of this conference. The theme of this conference, the economic resilience through contemporary logistic management. Napoleon Bonaparte is attributed with the quote, "The amateurs discuss strategies. Dilettantes," the dictionary says, those who having interest on specific field, but not with great knowledge. The dilettantes discuss tactics. The professional discuss logistics. Now, that's logistics, the logisticians that we stand here with. and Naval and Maritime Academy, and the Logistic Management School, and the Epitome Training Program of the Long Logistic Management course, in which the Navy produce the professionals to the Navy. I'm also eagerly waiting to hear from our esteemed guest of honor at the keynote speech. And I'm looking forward towards that, Professor Nilesh Perera. The challenges that standing before us is this. Now we came up with this document, 100 pages thick document proposing the government with the Navy's strategy for 2030 and beyond. You hear a lot about the Defense Review 2030. So this is something that we took it up in our hands much further ahead, preparing ourselves to stand before the Defense Review 2030. Often you get to hear the public, academia, politicians pointing at, or rather alleging, this country spend excessively on defense. 2023, the defense budget was nearly 1.8% of our DGP. Came out of a protracted conflict running over 30 years. Country spent a lot on building its defense. I'm seeing that investment brought results because we, the military, brought back the peace into this country. But that did not end the challenges. The security of a nation is throughout. I mean, it's, we speak here in the theme, the economic resilience through contemporary logistic management, that economic resilience is national security. Among the various other concerns that comes in the parlance of national security. So the defense forces of a country is very important. The other countries too spend. This is not something that a nation could overlook by spending little, because a nation's defense is a key and epitome. The budget spending given to the defense is therefore need to be managed very diligently, and that is where the hard work of the logisticians comes into. Now in the 2030 and beyond, where Navy has looked how we must, or we need to look at the challenges of the future, proposing the infrastructure, the strategies, the capacities up to 2030 and beyond, we see that in our budget, the best is to have a recurrent capital ratio to be brought at 60-40 ratio. Where are we now? 2024, the Navy is standing at 85 to 15 recurrent capital. Now, 85 to 15, the challenge is beyond 2030, we need to look at the challenging 60% recurrent and 40% capital. That is the way that the defense need to manage its budget. So I'm grateful to the Naval and Maritime Academy and the Logistic Management School for making our logisticians professionals here, so that you stand ready and able to take up this challenge in the future. Now, I, an amateur, according to Napoleon, standing before you, and others who come after me sitting on this position, amateurs, need you professionals to take up this challenge so that we can navigate the Navy safely and steadily to ensure the national security of this country. The Navy's challenges, as you hear, and we very much clearly projected, is not only national. Navy has its challenge internationally. Even right now, we are recognized as a committed, regionally deploying Navy, and we have proven well in our efficacy. We have taken up challenges, once assisting the distress, capsized Chinese vessel 800 nautical miles south of Sri Lanka. We engaged, deployed in deployment in the Arabian Sea. We are a partner of Combined Maritime Force based in Bahrain. And we prove well in preventing or rather engaging in counter-narcotic operations. You get to hear this lot in the news, media, the successes of the Navy. So our challenges are not just national, as I said, this is international. Our obligations are as such. So this challenge, right through to the future, is the young men stand there to make sure that we engage productively in these challenges. So once again, you're the professionals that we have in our hand to make the naval strategy, to prove the naval strategy. And of course, we will go ahead in a greater maritime strategy. Even in that, you're the ones that we need well in managing our hard-earned and given a budget in making all that a great success. With that, I conclude, and I wish all the very best for the remainder of the program, the conference here, and I look forward of the results of this program. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the words of inspiration. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now respectfully invite Lieutenant Commander Sahan Jayawardena, a student officer of 8th Long Logistics Management course, to introduce the guest of honor, the keynote speaker of this Logistics Conference 2024, Professor Nilesh Pereira. Over to you, sir.
Distinguished invitees, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning to you all. Today, in this present morning, it is a great privilege for me to introduce our keynote speaker to this august gathering. I am extremely honored and excited at this moment to introduce this noble personality who playing the leading role during this crucial situation in our country. Ladies and gentlemen, let me go a bit intro in the past and the glimpse into Professor Nilesh Pereira's spotless career. Professor Pereira is a distinguished member of the Faculty of Engineering at University of Moratuwa, where he served in the Department of Transport and Logistic Management. His academic journey is remarkable, beginning with his education at the Nalanda College, Colombo, followed by the bachelor degree from the University of Moratuwa, and culminating in PhD in supply chain optimization from the University of Sydney. His passion for learning is further evidenced by his postgraduate certificate in business administration from the Australian Institute of Business. Professor Pereira's professional experience spanned various roles, including working as SAP Material Management Consultant for renowned fashion brand both Sri Lanka and United States. His industry experience also includes internship diverse fields such as port operation, public transport planning, and container terminal operation will provide him with a well-rounded perspective on logistic field. Since joining the University of Moratuwa, Professor Pereira has held several key positions, including Director of the Center for Supply Chain Operation and Logistic Optimization and the Director for the Career Guidance Unit. His dedication to education and research have earned him a numerous award, such as Vidya Jyoti Professor Dayaratna S. Vijayasekara Award for Academic and Extracurricular Excellence and the Civil Aviation Authority Gold Medal for the highest overall GPA in Transport and Logistic Management. If I have to talk about Professor Pereira, I can talk all the day about his knowledge and experience. Today we are privileged to have Professor Pereira share his insight on how contemporary logistics can drive economic resilience while promoting sustainability. His visionary approach and the practical experience will undoubtedly inspire us and provide actionable strategies for our own endurance. Please join me in welcoming our esteemed keynote speaker, Professor Nilesh Pereira. Sir, over to you.
Thank you, Lieutenant Commander Jayawardena, for that lovely introduction. Commander of the Navy, Vice Admiral Priyantha Pereira, distinguished dignitaries from the Sri Lanka Navy, the foreign navies, the civil society, and especially those who would be graduating from the Long Logistics Management course. Good morning to all of you, and I'm very privileged to be here to be delivering the keynote address. Several years ago, I was also invited for this, but during the COVID, that was the period of the COVID outbreak, so the LLMC had to be cancelled, unfortunately. So finally, I'm here, and I'm very eager to share my thoughts with you all. So today, I'll be sharing a few nuggets on what we have in store for the future, and why, as Vice Admiral Priyantha Pereira said, logistics and supply chain is providing the future. And what we need to do in terms to overcome the challenges ahead. So let me set the stage initially to give you a very basic outline of where we stand. So we are living in a world in chaos. I think Commodore Joseph mentioned that 80 years ago, the D-Day landing happened. under the guidance of General Eisenhower, where various beaches in the Normandy was captured, and that was the start of the fall of Hitler's brutality. And since then, we are living in probably the most chaotic time of the humanity. We are having several outbreaks. We are having the Russia-Ukraine conflict. We are having the catastrophes unraveling in Gaza Strip and Israel. And of course, you would have noticed that there were several training activities that were carried out in the South China Sea over the last month or so. And the Houthi rebels in the Red Sea are disrupting maritime trade, which is having its pros and cons to Sri Lankan economy, but let's get to that later. But it is a disruption nonetheless. And on top of that, we are having a year of political upheaval, of political election year around the world. Whether there is changes or not is a different story, but the UK is bracing itself for an election next month. USA, as you know, is having a very highly publicized election. South Africa had their elections, India had their elections, Sri Lanka will have our elections. So there is a little bit of uncertainty that comes along with elections that will affect geopolitics around the world, and that will affect the economy. And then there are burgeoning trade wars. There are certain differences of opinion with respect to trade, and that leads to a certain amount of uncertainty that will impact economy. And there are economic strife and recession around the world. So even this year, it's expected that the US will have certain issues with respect to their approving their budget. There might be a closure in government, and that will affect the rest of the world, obviously. And in Europe, we are seeing a considerable economic downfall. Even in the UK, even though they are doing fairly okay, their numbers are not that good. And we need not remind you that a couple of years ago in Sri Lanka, we had a very serious calamity, which we are recovering from very, very smoothly, I would say, with a long way to go. And then the resource constraint. This is a significant part of what the future holds for us. There has been a lot of focus in terms of ensuring that you have access to critical resources. Computer chips are one of the biggest requirements of modern civilization, and we need more and more of that. Taiwan, or Taipei rather, is one of the major manufacturers of that. But in spite of that, the other countries are working hard to galvanize their supply. Without galvanizing that supply, there is going to be a serious problem in terms of ensuring the technological growth. And that also affects not just civil operations, but even in terms of military operations. Access to computer chips is very important. And also CMs. CMs stand for critical minerals. Critical minerals are a significant requirement for growth in the future. So the challenge here is critical minerals are dispersed around the world. And a considerable amount of them are actually in nations that are under poverty. Countries like Congo, Bolivia, countries like that. And tapping into those resources is very important, especially with the emergence of technologies like electric vehicles, which require critical minerals like lithium and nickel and so on. It's important to have unfettered access to those critical minerals, even to carbon, which we have in abundance in Sri Lanka. So countries around the world have a challenge in terms of assuring continuous supply and unfettered access to these critical minerals. So with respect to where we stand today, we are living in a very chaotic world where there's lots of uncertainty with respect to what may happen at the turn of the next year. and what will happen actually tomorrow, because it's very uncertain how the world is going to unravel. If we go back to probably early February of 2023, very few of us would have imagined the outbreak of the Russia-Ukraine conflict. If we go back to the early October, we would not have probably guessed the conflict starting in Gaza Strip when Hamas attacked a particular musical event. So what we are experiencing is a very rapidly changing environment. And under that environment, it's further exacerbated by the climate challenges we face. Around the world, we are seeing unprecedented climate challenges, which is a significant issue. And we also experience that. Now, in India, there are record temperatures. I was in UK last week, and in UK, it was the warmest May for a long period. In Dubai, where we do not really expect rain, it was flooded not so long ago. And Sri Lanka, where we are, we had our own share of challenges, which were very catastrophic, which lost several lives. And the Sri Lanka Navy, of course, took responsibility in shouldering some of the relief efforts, which we are very appreciative of. And these climate changes are only expected to grow further. We can't run away from it. So we will have to also juggle with those natural impacts, extreme weather conditions, on top of human-made calamities that we are experiencing, as I mentioned in the previous slide. And then we have what we call income disparities. So we have a certain portion of the world, this is the GDP per capita breakdown of the world. You see that certain countries, I'll talk a little bit about this in a later slide, are quite prosperous. But countries, especially from Africa, Asia, South America, we have income disparities. Even though we are connected to the supply chain, we are not really reaping the best benefits out of it. And this is a significant concern, a cause for concern for countries like us, because we need to move up the ladder. And how do we really do that? How do we really tap into that requirement? So actually, when you look at it, most of the tropical countries, perhaps with the exception of Singapore, are still below the level of development, which is something which we need to be concerned about. So with all that, we can agree that we are living in a VUCA world, where volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity reign. And under these circumstances, we need to understand that we can't expect solutions from the past to overcome the challenges that we have right now. We need to be proactive in understanding what we need to do for the future. That is what we need to really look at. And in doing so, we need to look at the future, the requirements of the future. Some things have not changed, but some things have changed. For instance, Vice Admiral Priyantha Perera mentioned about Napoleon, the great general. He recognized the importance of logistics. For instance, his hallowed battle in Austerlitz, if I'm not mistaken, where he destroyed the Austro-Russian forces, that was powered by fantastic logistics. But on the flip side of the coin, when he was decisively defeated at Waterloo by British General Wellington and various other supportive forces, again, logistics played a crucial role in terms of the defeat of Napoleon as well. And so many years later, probably 210 years later, today, still logistics and supply chain is very important. But the way we do it would be very different. Back then, it was based on cavalry, it was based on vessels, it was based on basically taking things to the war front. But now, we need to look at implementing technology in a very different facet of how we take things forward. So what is the remedy? It's resilience. Resilience is important. Resilience is about ensuring that all the pressures that are enforced upon us from different corners are well maintained, well managed, so that we overcome the challenges enforced on us. the challenges that will push us into difficulty. And in that note, I think there are two particular things that we need to take wind of. One is sustainability, and one is innovation. So today's talk by me is basically going to revolve around those two key points, because I feel, well, there are many other things we need to look at in terms of resilience, but sustainability and innovation play a very important role, a role that goes hand in hand in determining the success of our economy and supply chains that support the economy. So let me touch briefly on sustainability. This is something that all of you are very familiar with, so I don't want to spend too much time on it. We basically know that sustainability looks at three pillars: people, planet, and profit. Naturally, if you look at corporate sector, the primary focus would be on profit. But increasingly, companies have been compelled to move away, not to say that they are going to be fully non-profit making organizations. They will make profits, but in spite of that, they need to pay attention to the planet and the people. So understanding the balance of these three is very important. And as a nation also, our development will reign supreme based on our ability to balance these three facets. So the United Nations several years ago introduced these 17 Sustainable Development Goals, which I'm sure you are familiar with. And there is a lot of emphasis on ensuring that these 17 development goals, which focus on people, planet, and profit, are achieved. Now, initially, most of this discussion was fairly down to paper. But now we are seeing an increasing movement, especially in the developed world, to ensure that these requirements are met. And in Sri Lanka, we are prospering from some of these initiatives, which is important. And we need to gear up so that we take more advantage from these opportunities as we go along. And I also want to come back to the world map that I showed you a little earlier, with slight changes, of course. Some of you might have heard about the brand line. The brand line was actually it was a conceptual line that was demarcated by the former Chancellor of Germany, Willy Brandt. And what he basically said was that there's a global north and a global south. The global north is prosperous. You have Australia and New Zealand also in that global north, even though they are in the south. But essentially what it implies is that they have economic prosperity, whereas global south is lagging behind in economic prosperity, with exceptions like Singapore. So what we really need to look at is how we bring about a more equitable world by ensuring that our part of the world is more prosperous. And that is very important. And part of that journey, I believe, lies in some of the key points outlined by the Paris Climate Agreement, which was reached in 2015. So, for instance, one of the key aspects is that there is a requirement for burden sharing. So when we are doing things which are more helpful to the environment, developed countries are, in a certain level, they are obliged to support. And there are certain funding opportunities that are opened up through those opportunities as well. So all the countries actually, well, not all the countries, a majority of the countries who signed, who became signatories of the Paris Climate Agreement had to come up with nationally declared goals to become net zero by a particular year. And it is not something that you can reach in isolation. You have to work together with other countries. So naturally, the rest of the world, they can't just say that they are carbon neutral without helping the rest of the world, countries like us. Because in reality, they have actually become developed through industrialization, through a certain amount of pollution, and they have an obligation to support countries like us to achieve that without harming the environment. So that obligation has been set out by the Paris Climate Accord, and that provides unique opportunities for countries like Sri Lanka, as well as our regional peers, to prosper from. And then we see regulatory pressure. In some parts of the world, sometimes even in Sri Lanka, regulations are things that transform how we think and how we behave. Sometimes education can do that, sometimes personally thinking about a change can do that, but sometimes regulations are a best vehicle to get there. So in Germany, they passed a act of parliament called the Supply Chain Due Diligence Act. So this was partly drafted by academics. One of the professors who was behind it is a collaborator of ours. And this basically outlines that any product of a German company has to be accounted for. And they have to account for what is happening upstream in the supply chain. For instance, now there's a big issue faced by automakers in Germany. Automakers in Germany, like the likes of BMW and so on, they will be using leather for their vehicles. And there are questions raised about the ethicality of how they source leather. There have been certain reports coming out that some of these leather are sourced through unethical practices from South America. And that raises alarm bells, that creates problems. So by law, companies need to report on what is happening upstream and support countries, suppliers upstream to ensure the sustainability of the supply chain. So this is legal in Germany, and the gravity of this is increasing significantly. It's coming out in phases. And that's very important. And countries like Sri Lanka can really benefit from that by becoming more and more sustainable. We are already fairly ahead in terms of sustainability compared to some of our regional peers. And the European Union, usually the European Union always follows Germany in a way, because Germany is the largest economy in the European Union. So European Union has actually drafted a supply chain act pretty much in the same mold as the German Supply Chain Act. To the best of my knowledge, it has not been passed by the European Parliament. Again, the European Parliament is also having an election right now, but probably we can expect that to come into force over the next couple of years as well. So that will give us another opportunity, because Europe, the EU, is one of our largest trading partners. And the largest economy in US, California, already has a Transparency in Supply Chains Act, which looks at sustainability. And around the world, there's talk about Scope 3 emissions. So when we look at emissions, we categorize them under 3 categories, Scope 1, 2, and 3. 3 is indirect emissions, that is happening somewhere downstream in the supply chain. So let's say, for example, if in a very high-end restaurant in London or Tokyo or somewhere, they are making sushi, if some of the materials are coming from, let's say, a fisherman in Kucheveli or somewhere, under Scope 3 emissions, they need to trace down what sort of emissions are made by that fisherman, that poor fisherman in Kucheveli or Dikwella or wherever it is. So that level of reporting needs to be embedded in terms of the enforcement of Scope 3. So what we see is that the grip of regulations is tightening with respect to sustainability. And I personally see that as an opportunity, especially an opportunity to Sri Lanka, because Sri Lanka has been a beacon in many facets of sustainability when compared to regional peers and other developing countries. Especially in the apparel sector, we have a very good track record. I worked in the apparel sector before joining academia, and I remember whenever we visited clients, they were very impressed with what we are doing in Sri Lanka with respect to the conditions that we have in terms of treating our employees as well as the environment. So whatever we are doing, we need to ensure that we safeguard the environment and we treat our people properly and align with these regulatory requirements. So Sri Lanka has an easier path to conform to this and add value to the global supply chain, because that's one way of how we can prosper. And then globally, there are consumer trends. Not so much probably in Sri Lanka, but globally people are interested in, for instance, looking at organic food, food that are grown in vertical farms, in urban farms. In some countries, there's a conscious effort to cut down on meat consumption. For instance, last week I was at a conference at the Cambridge University. It was on agri-food supply chains, and they did not have any meat on the table, which was not something that I was very happy about. But then again, the logic behind that was that if you have meat on the table, it adds to the carbon emission. So they wanted to have sustainable food which was served during the proceedings of the conference. So these are things that are happening rapidly around the world. And then customers are more and more looking at green consumerism. So especially in the developed world, people are willing to pay extra dollars, extra euros, extra pounds for green products, which is very important, because that provides us an opportunity. We can really tap into that opportunity, and we can sell that higher valued, higher margin product to the consumers in the global north. And then there is also the focus on circular economy. So in Sri Lanka, some of you might know, probably all of you would have seen that in front of toll booths, in front of supermarkets, there are bins to collect used water bottles or plastic bottles. They are then recycled by a particular organization to make a yarn for nylon-based products. So that is happening in Sri Lanka. And there are a certain amount of aluminum recycling that is happening in Sri Lanka. So the circular economy ensures that sort of our resource usage is minimized, and we bring back resource and use it longer, reduce the usage, reuse it, recycle it for the prosperity of the world. And that's something, as a developing country, Sri Lanka have fairly excelled well in, and we have a lot of opportunity there. So these consumer trends of buying used products or recycled products are emerging around the world, and they are only expected to grow further, which is very important as far as we are concerned. So when we look at building sustainable supply chain management, this is actually more of a research angle to it from our colleagues in Germany, some of our collaborators. We should not look at the short term. I'm not going to spell out everything that is there, but generally, organizations look at the short term. We look at doing practices and performance with a short-term mindset. That should not be how it is. We should look at it with a long-term approach of looking at viability. And that should be driven by database decision making. It should integrate different aspects of what information that is there and what opportunities that are there in terms of eco-friendly, eco-efficient, and sustainable outputs. And it should also look at the social fabric, and there can be use of various technologies. So bringing these together into one small policy document that drives a long-term strategy is very important. Without that, it's very difficult for us to really think about long-term prosperity. And innovation plays a significant role in this journey also. So we know that, in Europe, for instance, they are looking at the 5th industrial revolution, whereas in Sri Lanka, we are still mostly talking about the 4th industrial revolution, even though we have not really achieved the 4th industrial revolution as of yet. But the beauty of these industrial revolutions is this is going very rapidly. It is coming one after the other. It's growing exponentially. But on the flip side of the story, you can actually leapfrog these revolutions as well. So it doesn't necessarily mean that we need to go it in a sequential manner. We can sometimes go into Industry 5.0 without really taking into consideration some of the requirements of Industry 4.0. So currently there's a research which we are doing with one of our colleagues of University of Peradeniya, where we are trying to look at how we can achieve that from a practical perspective, which is a collaborative project with Germany. So in order to do that, we need to basically think new, think innovatively, think broadly. And if we don't think broadly, if we don't think proactively, we will become dinosaurs. Like some of these examples, like Nokia used to be the market leader. they are reincarnated in a different form, but no longer the market leader. Then Pan Am used to be one of the biggest airlines, but they are non-existent. KLM, the oldest airline, is still one of the best airlines in the world. And then Kodak and Canon. Kodak, the company exists, but they are not that profound in terms of imaging, whereas Canon is doing a fantastic job. So embracing that technology, innovation is very important in terms of becoming a very successful organization. Whether it's government or whether it's private, we need to embrace that. And without that, it's very challenging. And that innovation process has a very simple procedure, a 5-step procedure, which we can easily remember by remembering the letter E. So you need to explore. What are the technologies that are on your table? What are the innovations that you can make? And after that, you need to evaluate them. You can evaluate there might be competing technologies, competing approaches. You can evaluate them, and then you can experiment with some of them without going directly to execute them. You need to experiment to see whether it works. Especially the fact that, in today's world, we don't see plug-and-play solutions. What worked in UK might not work in Sri Lanka. What worked in India, again, might not work in Sri Lanka. Because the way that people behave, the way that people think, the ground realities that we experience are different from one to the other. So we need to experiment before we launch something. I think there are many examples in Sri Lanka where we sometimes launch something without experimenting, and it became a big catastrophe. So experimenting is very important. Without that, there's a problem. And once you experiment and once you are really sure that something is really working, you can execute. And then once you execute, you need to exploit it. You need to make the best out of that technology. And that's very important. I think even in the government sector in Sri Lanka, we have had some examples. For instance, the fuel distribution using QR code, which was a successful endeavor until supply was restored to a level that you don't need to ration the supply. So that's a very good example. And even in other government organizations, sometimes we see a certain level of success in terms of innovation and bringing technology in. But that does not mean it's enough. We need to do more. We need to bring about more technological inputs so that we become more vibrant and resilient as a nation. So some of these examples, I think, which we have not really looked at, I'll just highlight briefly in the interest of time. So one area I feel is AI and ML, artificial intelligence, machine learning. I'm sure majority of you would be familiar with OpenAI solutions like ChatGPT, Bing AI or Copilot and so on. It's not something that we can run away from. Right? When we were in school, for instance, we were not allowed to use calculators. So when ChatGPT came about, there was a debate in the university system whether we should ban that or not. Luckily, sanity has prevailed, and I feel that we are using it, right? And that's very important, and it is an important part of the learning experience. So recently, I read an article authored by some professors at Harvard University, which says that it should be a tool in teaching the students, because that provides a unique opportunity. So we have to take that into consideration. And that also provides a very good platform of resolution of problems. So problem solving can also be achieved through OpenAI. SAS might be a solution you might not be very familiar with. There are a couple of organizations in Sri Lanka who are using it. It's a very advanced forecasting tool. And it is also something that supports in coming up with good forecasts. So one of the unfortunate things in Sri Lanka is that as a country, our waste in the food supply chain is 30 to 40%. So our farmers toil very, very hard in the farms, fighting with the adverse weather conditions, and they don't get a very good, decent pay in some instances. Well, there are exceptions, but you can't generalize, but in most cases, they don't get the best pay that they deserve. But then, one of the main issues for that is the fact that there is 30 to 40% waste, which is not basically productive. So with good forecasting, with good data management, we can actually come up with solutions for that. So currently we are having a particular project at University of Moratuwa which we try to sort of bring that to a certain level. We might not be able to solve the entire problem, but we want to sort of condense the problem and identify the critical issues with the support of a collaborator in Norway. Then IoT and sensors. This is something we are using regularly. You know, the use of sensors, whether it's near frequency or RFID, it's very normal, you know, starting from something that we use, our credit cards, going up to small devices that track us. This is very, very important technology which we don't often, we sometimes take it for granted, but it has a lot of power in transforming the supply chain and making things better. Especially some of these RFID stickers and so on are very, very cheap technology. And it actually goes a long way in providing unique solutions. Drones. I think even in the logo of the conference, the drones are there. And drones are becoming a very significant part of delivery. So Amazon uses it in some of the developed countries. Zipline, I don't know whether some of you might have heard of Zipline. Zipline is a company that uses drones to transport blood from A to B, especially to remote locations. It's a very successful venture in countries like Rwanda, Ghana, and so on. Actually, in 2019, they wanted to establish services in Sri Lanka, and I was one of the team of consultants for that. But then we had this unfortunate East attack, and after that, Zipline was no longer interested in actually looking at that project. So you can use such drone services for great advantage, and I think at Moratuwa, one of my colleagues is actually doing a lot of work in terms of drone-based deliveries. He had worked with Airbus previously before coming to Sri Lanka. So we can tap into the opportunities that are there, understanding the requirements in terms of national security as well. And then we also need to understand cyber-physical systems where human and the robots work in parallel. So for instance, in Germany, most of the factories, they have this, one of the biggest issues is when you have robots, if the robot cannot understand a human and human's behavior, it can lead to a catastrophe. The robot may, without understanding, a small movement of a robot may harm a human. So cyber-physical systems is about ensuring that the robot and the human works together. I think in Sri Lanka, we already have certain apparel manufacturers who are experimenting with these things. And I feel there's a lot of opportunity in the warehousing sector to bring in robotics. And when we are doing that, we need to look at how to integrate that because it actually cuts down on cost and adds a lot of value. We can scale up the business and increase volumes very rapidly. And cloud-based technology, cloud-based manufacturing, where we have everything in the cloud, we have things which are easily accessible, is very important because that reduces some of the wastages that are there, the requirement of hardware, the requirement of maintaining larger premises, and businesses can be basically virtual, running in a very small premises. 3D printing is again a leading area where we are seeing a lot of focus in terms of building spare parts. Even in the naval industry, it is being used, and especially in offshore engineering, it's used because it might be very expensive to maintain large, expensive spare parts at a warehouse, which might, you have to maintain the spare part, but if it is there for 5 years, the quality of the spare part might not be up to the standard. And also, you have a sunk cost, which is in your books. So that's a risk. So in countries like Norway, for instance, what they do is they use suppliers who use 3D printers to manufacture the spare part within a few hours as soon as the requirement arises. So they have the petals, the raw material, they have the schematic imprinted into the the 3D printer, and whenever the need arises, they manufacture it. So even in Sri Lanka, some of the large organizations, if a product is grounded, if the factory is grounded, or if a aircraft is grounded, you might have to wait a couple of days to airlift a particular spare part. And that's very, very expensive. And that also means there's an operational loss because you are not operating for a couple of days or maybe more. But 3D printers actually give a unique opportunity to alleviate that issue. So one of our collaborators in Poland, they have actually one 3D printer, which is a very large 3D printer, which manufactures, which can manufacture even a jet engine, which is being used by Rolls-Royce in UK as well. And then I told you about robotics and automation. Robotics, I think, has a lot of opportunities, especially in the warehousing sector in Sri Lanka, because we are expanding, and our location, we have talked about this for so many decades. Sri Lanka is geographically gifted. We are in the middle of the Indian Ocean. We are the pearl of the Indian Ocean. We have easy access to both sides of the Indian Ocean, and we can be a logistics hub. And I think that's one of the main and most easiest ways of becoming a developing country, is through that low-hanging fruit of becoming a logistics hub. And in order to do that, we need to have good warehouses, efficient warehouses, and robotics can actually deliver that. Blockchain is also a big part of what we can uncover. So there's been a lot of discussion about blockchain, but I think one of the interesting things I feel about blockchain is not there for every product. We talk about it for every product, but I think blockchain has limits. Blockchain brings a certain cost to the table. For certain products, it's good to have blockchain so that the customer knows where it's from. So let's say something that is manufactured in Sri Lanka, which is high-end, like let's say silver tip teas, which sells at a very high price. For that, a customer in UK might be willing to know which tea estate this comes from, when it was plucked, how it was rolled, and so on. So that premium price would be paid by that buyer to be 100% assured about what is happening across the supply chain. But let's say someone who's drinking a pure black tea, a Ceylon tea in the Middle East, maybe in Turkey or somewhere like that, they might not be that interested in knowing which estate it comes from. So we need to pick and choose our fights. Whatever we are selling to the highest paying customers, we can use blockchain as a way of marketing and positioning our products. And I think that's something some companies, especially in the tea sector, I know that they are flirting with that idea, but I think we can go a step further in doing that. Last week, we had some discussions. I told you I was at a conference, and during that also we talked about how blockchain can be used in certain supply chains to give clear understanding about where the products are sourced and how it's flowing through the supply chain. So I told you about innovation and sustainability, but I think our success lies in terms of not just the two of them. I believe it lies in the way we think and the way we behave, the way we work and the way we act. And I think collaboration especially is very important. Without collaboration, I think having technology in isolation or sustainability in isolation, sustainable practices in isolation rather, would not work. So what we have is in the industry, we have certain organizations which are doing what I already told you about. For instance, even University of Moratuwa, some of our work focus on that. But we need to harness that potential together and work cohesively as a team. And I appreciate the endeavors taken by the Sri Lanka Navy and the Naval and Maritime Academy to connect those dots. Because through collaboration, we can actually achieve greater results. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. We can learn from each other, we can collaborate, and we can help the country, the region, become richer. And you don't have to use the word global south anymore. We don't need to be worried about the brand line anymore. We can achieve prosperity with collaboration, greater collaboration and support. So at University of Moratuwa, we are trying to do certain things, like the supply chain laboratory. We are in the phase of retrofitting some of the things. We have ordered some of the activities, some of the things that are there to do more research, because we have a grant from Norway and we have a working partnership with Nestle, which we are using to do research that supports developing the talent that is there, especially coming from our department, the graduates, and also to support the industry and the nation at large. And we do collaborations with about 13 countries and 30 institutes in order to achieve this. And currently we are doing a considerable revamping of our curriculum, where we are looking at bringing in projects, boot camps, and things like that, because that will help the new way of thinking. Doing projects, doing activities is more meaningful in ensuring that we develop the future-ready graduate, rather than going through the traditional method where we would sit for an exam. Most of us, I think 99% of us have gone through that cycle of studying, sitting an exam, and getting through the exam. And then when you go to the industry, you might sometimes have a difficulty in ensuring that you smoothly transition. So we are looking at rethinking about what we are doing as a university, as the country's leading technical university. We are re-looking at things, and we are very open to working with anyone for the benefit of the country and the region. And with that, I think there are several critical opportunities we can tackle. One is the sustainability dividend. I already spoke about it, how we can use sustainability to get more funding, green funding, invest that funding, and prosper from that funding, and stand out as a country that is sustainable. A very good example is Costa Rica. Last week I met the former Minister of Environment and former Minister of Foreign Affairs in Costa Rica, and he made a presentation at at the forum that I was in. What they have done is very remarkable. They have a very good success story. It might not be perfect, but there are things that we can emulate. We can have superior products. This particular brand is able to sell at a very high price. Some of you might have heard of it. You can look it up. It's very expensive. It's made here in Sri Lanka. So we can sell superior products. We can sell our tea, cinnamon, things like that at a very high markup with better supply chain visibility and transparency. And I think the naval and maritime sector has a big role to play in Sri Lanka's prosperity. We are at the middle of the Indian Ocean. When the problems arose in the Red Sea, all of us were concerned about how that will impact our economy. The interesting thing is the demand for the Colombo port increased because of that, because most of the vessels that were calling through the Red Sea that were bound to other parts of West Asia actually wanted to call to Colombo, and slots were limited. So it's important that we increase capacity and we automate the port so that we increase our throughput in Colombo port, and there can be, Colombo port is obviously the nexus. Being a transshipment hub, that will be the heart of it, but there can be auxiliary services that can be provided in the hinterland, and non-containerized services that can be provided from other ports. And I think the subcontinental impact plays a significant role. South Asia is one of the fastest growing regions in the world. Our economy of the SAARC region is growing rapidly, and especially the Indian economy is growing very fast. The Bangladeshi economy has had remarkable improvements over the last several years. And with that, I think there are opportunities for us to untap. Sri Lanka might not be the country that will be able to manufacture products at the same cost as those regional peers, but we might be the best place for logistics service provision. We might be the most strategically located to connect the rest of South Asia with the rest of the world. And I think that is one thing that we need to be really intelligent in tackling. and automated warehouses, I believe, plays a significant role in achieving that goal. Without that, I think we might not be able to become a very successful logistics hub. But finally, and most importantly, I think the future is with the human capital, the young graduates who are here and around Sri Lanka, within Sri Lanka, who have to be tech savvy and thinking on their feet to change with the tides that are coming. Because without being futuristic, without understanding technology and the opportunities that are available on the table, we might not be able to overcome the challenges that are there in front of us. So I think our human capital, Sri Lanka, I'm proud that we have very talented young people. And I think it's very important that we nurture them and they also inculcate the right values in becoming leaders who learn humbly and walk up the ladder to help the country and to help the world at large. I think that is an important motivation that we should all aspire towards. So essentially, the three critical takeaways that I want to leave you with is that there are no plug-and-play solutions. We can't mimic someone else and say, right, this country did this, we should do the same thing. That's not going to work. Even in the same industry, we will have to think differently because our organizational cultures would be different. The way we think would be different. So we have to appreciate our uniqueness and differences. And we have to embrace it and deliver based on that. So there are no plug-and-play solutions. We have to tailor-make our own solutions, bespoke solutions. Then sustainability is a major catalyst. It's a game changer. With what is happening around the world, there will be more and more focus on sustainability. And I think that will give us a unique opportunity because Sri Lanka is, as a developing country, has a better sustainability track record than some of our peers, which is unique, and we have the knowledge in our country to tackle those problems. And technology or innovation is essentially the vehicle that empowers us to reach that destination. But all three of these will not be valuable if we don't have the right leadership and the right human resource to drive this home. And that's very important. And I think all of us in this audience and beyond has a responsibility to play our duty for our motherland to make sure that we contribute by stitching these different aspects together for the betterment of the world. So that's what I need to emphasize as I close down my remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor, for your insightful thoughts, and I request remain to stage. May I now respectfully invite the Commander of the Navy, Vice Admiral Priyantha Perera, to present a memento to the keynote speaker, Professor Nilesh Perera. And I request Commandant, Naval and Maritime Academy, Commodore Rohan Joseph, to accompany the Commander of the Navy to the stage. I request keynote speaker, Professor Nilesh Perera, to accept the memento. So I request Commander of the Navy to remain on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now respectfully invite Commandant, Naval and Maritime Academy, Commodore Rohan Joseph, to present a memento to the Chief Guest, Vice Admiral Priyantha Perera, for his gracious presence. I request Commander of the Navy, Vice Admiral Priyantha Perera, to accept the memento. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the Commander of the Navy will present a memento to the Commandant, Naval and Maritime Academy. Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for another significant moment of the day, that is launching of the Logistics Conference e-Journal 2024. A collection of 23 such articles selected out of 46 papers have been compiled to the conference e-Journal. To symbolize the official launch of this e-Journal, let me respectfully invite the Chief Guest, Commander of the Navy, Vice Admiral Priyantha Perera, to launch the conference e-Journal.
Ladies and gentlemen, now you are given the access to the e-journals of the Logistics Conference 2024, and all are requested to use the QR code which is printed in your identity tag to access the conference program and download both e-journal and live stream of the conference. Esteemed Chief Guest, distinguished dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, a great logistician doesn't just navigate the supply chain. They chart new courses with creative thinking and strategic innovation. The 8th Long Logistics Management course has presented to you a pen which is not an ordinary but a plantable pen. What makes them special is that at the end of their usable life, instead of being thrown away, they can be planted in a soil. Plant the stub in a pot and watch them sprout into flowers, herbs, and even trees. Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the inaugural session of the conference, and let me humbly invite all of you to participate for the group photograph. Only the nominated dignitaries are kindly requested to leave the auditorium with caps to the ground floor. And I kindly request others to remain at your seats until the dignitaries leave for the group photograph. I now kindly request the remaining invitees to use the entrance at the rear of the auditorium to proceed for the notified locations for refreshments. Dignitaries who are wearing red lanyard may proceed to bistro for the refreshments. Dignitaries who are wearing blue lanyards may proceed to the garden area for the refreshments. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall meet again at 11:15 hours to commence the first session of the conference. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are again welcome to the first session of the Logistics Conference 2024. The opening session would be conducted under the theme of Transformative Logistics for Sri Lanka's Economic Renaissance. This session will be moderated by Dr. Anuja Fernandu from University of Moratuwa. Let me now invite Dr. Anuja Fernandu to take the seats as the moderator and also request Rear Admiral Chandana Ratnayaka and Lieutenant Commander Prasanga Aberatna to take their seats besides the moderator. Lieutenant Commander Kosol Wattegedara, a student officer of Long Logistics Management course, will introduce the moderator of the first session. Over to you, Kosol.
To all of you. It is my great privilege and honor to introduce the moderator for the first sessions of the Logistic Conference 2024, Dr. Anuja Fernandu, to this distinguished gathering. Dr. Anuja is a proud product of the Princess of Wales College, Moratuwa. She has obtained her Bachelor of Science degree from the University of Moratuwa in the field of Transport and Logistics Management with the first class honors. Further, she enhanced her academic journey by earning a PhD in civil engineering at the same university. Her research focused on the topic of effectiveness of the airport city concept. Dr. Anuja commenced her journey at the University of Moratuwa as an instructor and quickly climbed the ranks to become a senior lecturer in the Department of Transport and Logistics Management. She is a dedicated educator who continues to inspire future leaders in the field. Dr. Anuja's professional excellence is recognized through various awards. One of her research on reducing carbon footprints in aviation infrastructure was recognized at the Second International Conference on Air Quality Management in 2017, where she received second place in the Best Paper Award category. She has also received the Professional Development Award on Learning, Teaching, and Assessing from the Staff and Education Development Association in the United Kingdom. She is also an active member of the Chartered Institute of Logistics and Transport. Dr. Anuja's contributions through her publications highlight her expertise in transport, logistics, and aviation management. Beyond her academic and professional achievements, Dr. Anuja is a mentor and passionate participant in various extracurricular activities. So, ladies and gentlemen, without taking much time, I would like to request Dr. Anuja Fernandu to commence the first sessions of the Logistic Conference 2024. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Kasal Wattegedara, Lieutenant Commander. Very good morning, all of you. We are going to start core of the conference today, session 1, Transformative Logistics for Sri Lanka's Economic Renaissance. We have two presentations for the session, and it will be 20 minutes time for the presentation, and we will conduct a discussion after finishing two presentations. And here we have a first presenter today, retired Rear Admiral Chandana Ratnayaka. He is a former director General Logistics, and also he's a former General Budget and Finance. If I go through his details, there are many more. So with the time being, I'm respectfully asking you to do the presentations. Over to you.
Today conference keynote speaker, Professor Nilesh Perera, former Director General of Logistics, Director General of Logistics Branch, SIRS, present Director General Logistics, Flag Rank Officers, Command Eastern Naval Area, Flag Rank Officers, Senior Officers, Senior Course Coordinator, Long Logistic Management Course Coordinator, and the students, representative from Pakistan and Bangladesh, respective representation from Sri Lanka Army, Air Force, Department of Police, undergraduates from Colombo University and other universities, undergraduates at Naval and Maritime Academy, distinguished invitees, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, first of all, giving me an opportunity to a presentation, paper presentation here. When I heard about the today's conference theme, that is navigating sustainability, the economic resilience through contemporary logistics management, a few months back, then I thought of writing a research paper, very scientifically and methodical one, and a very comprehensive one for a contemporary subject, and which our keynote speaker very well highlighted those two aspects in his last slide. So ladies and gentlemen, my research is about amalgamation of blockchain and machine learning for enhancing supply chain transparency and sustainability for economic growth. So two subjects, the machine learning and economic growth, blockchain, are the most important going to be in 2030. So the main purpose of this research paper is to investigate the two combined technologies and its effect to the blockchain and machine learning, and their effects to to overcome the challenges of supply chain management and its towards the economic growth. The research paper focused a broad theoretical framework which amalgamate two technologies as well as supply chain management. Introduction. The blockchain, which is published through the research paper under the topic of a peer-to-peer electronic cash system in 2008 by Satoshi Nakamoto. He introduced the blockchain and underlying technology for the cryptocurrency Bitcoin. The concept of the purpose of decentralized record keeping, secure data transfer, auditability, and smart contracts. The machine learning is a field, long and diverse history over the several decades and investigated by many individuals. And the term popularized by the Arthur Samuel in 1959 and made significant improvements, contribution towards the artificial intelligence in today's context, as well as developing algorithms towards to the machine learning. And machine learning is a pattern and recognition, prediction, automated decision making, and improved efficiency and optimization. Both concepts in Sri Lankan context are very early stage of adoption. At present, Ministry of Digital Technology and Enterprise Development is conducting pilot projects with central banks, private sector organizations, and many financial institutions to exploring the possibilities of streamline trade finance process, enhance security, and improve access to finances in Sri Lankan businesses. The supply chain management is discussing about the production, sales, warehousing, import and exports, and other many logistical aspects. So blockchain and machine learning are two attracted technologies which will be giving the transparency and the traceability in the supply chain management. And growing number of startups in Sri Lanka, they are focusing on developing innovative solution leveraging the blockchain and machine learning. A few examples of it are Lanka Fresh, which about the concept is about the farm to the table and facilitating both farmers and the consumer. Other one is Kalapola, which also developed by the a platform for Sri Lankan artisans to sell their products in the international market without intervene of any third party. And Ayojana.lk, it's about the micro investment system on real estate businesses. Sri Lanka Tea Export Board is investigating on transparent and traceable tea exports. And e-commerce and Logistic Global is conducting smart warehouse and logistics platform for e-commerce. In this aspect, universities and many research institutions around are actively conducting research on this potential application of these both technologies. In that, I've got a few corrections about myself. And what are the first one is about what is hindering aspects of application of both technologies in today's context in Sri Lanka for supply chain management for the development of economies. At the same time, the knowledge gap, poor technical proficiency, cost concern, scalability, and regulatory uncertainty and unwillingness to change to be measured for economic growth through the supply chain management. Third one is about measuring the mediating effect of both technologies towards the independent and dependent variables. So methodology I used this research is about the mixed method, where research question 1 will be, was answered through the qualitative analysis, and both second and third answered through the research quantitative analysis. Qualitative sample, I selected 100 articles through the World Wide Web and subsequently scrutinizing and selected only 44 articles for the further evaluation. And I found that it make the data saturation is qualitative analysis. In quantitative analysis, I took 120 sample who are expert in supply chain management and the academias on the particular discipline. And I got only 114 perceptions and their values and their recommendation towards my questionnaire. So qualitative analysis, the blockchain refers to chain interrelated transaction. Those transactions are interwoven blocks that link to each other. In this concept, the blockchain enables parties who do not each other to do the securely businesses through the ledger called distribute ledger without the need of centrally trusted middlemen, as well as it's lowering the legal and financial transaction expenses, which is practicing through the financial institution in Sri Lanka. The name distributed ledger in the fact that records can be shared with different parties at the different location, facilitating by decentralized blockchain technology and database records distributed by shared public and private digital ledgers across the network. Decentralization, security, auditability, and smart execution are the 4 key characteristics of the blockchain. And it ensures accountability, traceability, coordination, and transparency among the supply chain stakeholders through the integration. So machine learning is about, it is a subgroup of artificial intelligence and algorithm to perform tasks to make decisions. These algorithms from data facilitate without being explicit program for each specific task. Therefore, assist managers for decision making by data analysis and observing the correlations and patterns over the enormous volume of data and the information. In results, organizations shall optimize resources, improve customer satisfaction, operational performances through historical and predictive data analysis by utilizing machine learning algorithms. So answering the research question 1 through the qualitative analysis, it is what are the hindering factors so that will be challenges of adopting machine learning and blockchain in the present day context are found as lack of knowledge and technical expertise, scalability concerns, and in Sri Lankan context, its cost is the main barrier, regulatory uncertainties, which is very well explained by our keynote speaker. Organization might resist digital transformation. So those are going to be the other qualitatively found factors which hinder in the application of both concept in the Sri Lankan context, and which answers this research question 1. And accordingly, that conceptual framework was derived, and hindering factors taken into as the independent variables, which are shown in the slide, and mediating variables were blockchain and the machine learning, and economic growth was the dependent variable. In quantitative analysis, I use SPSS and AMOS as software assisting my analysis in the quantitatively, and according to the perception of the respondents, it was found that poor technical proficiency, cost concern, and regulatory uncertainties were significant towards the supply chain management for economic growth, and which answered research question number 2. And finding for the answer for research question 3, that is the mediating effect of the blockchain and the machine learning, it was found that blockchain is fully mediating in between poor technical proficiency, cost concerns, and regulatory uncertainty towards the supply chain management for economic growth. And machine learning, only poor technical proficiency is fully mediating, whereas cost concern, regulatory uncertainty, partially mediating for the application of machine learning and blockchain in the supply chain management, which answered the research question number 3. And key takeaways, The advanced technologies like European, New World, USA, Japan, China, and Far East countries, and many blue chips companies in the world, they are already implemented, not fully, not on the all industries. They implemented, whilst many developing countries are still struggling and looking for opportunities for exploring these two technologies in the supply chain management, financial incursion, e-government, agriculture industry, medical industry, and many all other industries involved in our day-to-day life. And barriers for implementation of these both technologies in Sri Lankan context are poor technical proficiency, cost concerns, and the uncertainty, regulatory uncertainty. And the blockchain fully mediating in between those variables towards the economic growth, where machine learning only fully mediating with the poor technical proficiency, and they are partially mediating with cost concern, regulatory uncertainty. The recommendations for application of both technologies in economic growth. The poor technical proficiency of blockchain and machine learning are required to be developed in the industries, stakeholders, and academias, students, for the implementation of effectively in supply chain management for economic growth. And in concern of the cost concern, both technologies were hindering of application in our context. So both government and corporate sector, they have to be collectively invested on this factor is a necessity. And regulatory uncertainty is another factor which has to be developed with statutory institutions facilitating implementation of both, but today it's a dearth of laws enacted and implemented or enforced in our legal system. So judiciary and legislator to be combined and made effect to have the regulatory aspects to the further better implementation of these two. So recommendation of application of these two technologies in naval context. In first, secure communication and data management. The blockchain is a network could be established to secure communication in between the Navy and the headquarters and the vessels at sea, or even that shore. This would ensure data immutability and tamper-proof communication, reducing the risk of leaks and manipulations of sensitive informations. And machine learning in this sense can be assisted to analyze the network traffic on the blockchain and to identify anomalies of cyber threats. This could help Navy to proactively address the security risk. And second application I'm proposing, it's about maritime domain awareness security. Blockchain shared data platform facilitated for the secure information exchange between the Navy, Sri Lanka Coast Guard, and other maritime institutions, authorities. And machine learning algorithms can analyze the vast data collected through the sensors, satellites, radar stations, and by analyzing those, providing information of possible threats or illegal activities at sea. This can empower the Navy to better patrol at our territorial waters and combat piracy, smuggling, suspicious activities, and weather warning. Ladies and gentlemen, right now in the Sri Lanka Navy, this maritime domain awareness and security is practicing in a certain extent and being developing through day by day. And we have good platform for this, and the naval headquarters and many other commands, it's connected. and providing necessary details. And there are some our naval officers and the group of our sailors, they are conducting research on it and are in a very good shape for the implementation for the future. When we are concerned about the logistics side and supply chain, we can use machine learning for predictive maintenance and inventory optimization. Inventory optimization can be done analyzing through the data on past usage of the particular spares and the demand through the machine learning. This can help Navy to optimize the inventory levels and prevent the stockouts or overstocking and ensure that all the spares are available at all times. When integration of existing system, so here in front that I have seen that so much of logistics generals have positively contributed to the development of integrated logistic management system what we practicing today. So it started in 2007 and now almost 17 years the past. So ample of data now stored in our system. So machine learning, if we can interface or integrate it into the system, and as well as the blockchain and share in the one platform, the ledger, then we be able to get a good, efficient logistics system for the future. And it's a task for the student here, the young gentleman over here, and young rag rankers. So it's your time to integrate this one because as I said, the machine learning, the concept introduced in 1959. So 1959 to 2000, second decade of 21st century, it took long time for people to develop a algorithm, the machine learning algorithm, and popularizing the people in the industry get use of it. So for you guys now, 2017, 2007 and only 17 years, huge data bank that you can apply. And it can use for collaboration with suppliers, very obvious. And blockchain can use for track and trace, verification of the authenticity of suppliers supplying counterfeit item, inferior quality item, and also real-time tracking of expiry dates, and reordering of supplies through stocks reaches for predetermined threshold by smart contracts, and which ensure the transparency and the accountability. Machine learning is for demand forecasting, interoperability, data standardization, collaborations with suppliers, and reduce stocks out from the system. And personal kit and issue system in the Navy, it is a very expensive affair, and which help for the issuing organizations as well as the receiving personnel through the streamlined process of issuing, enhance inventory management, reduce human errors, increase accountability, data-driven decision-making, reduce waiting times, improve visibility, and reduce risk of lost or missing. So those are four examples that I put it up, but there are so much you can do it through these two technologies. As I said earlier, 2030, you can't go away without these two technologies, as which emphasized by our keynote speaker in the morning session. So you being the leaders, take it. And ladies and gentlemen, when I researched in that, I proposing for you guys for the future research that is about focus on standardized protocols for data exchange and improve interoperability with existing resource planning system, and minimizing regularity uncertainty through statutory institutions, which is very lack at present. And with that, I'm concluding my presentation on my research paper, which is very scientific and very comprehensive about. And here in the audience, it is very diverse. So I make it very short and small for everybody to understand. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity for the organizing committee to present this paper, as well as patient listen by the august audience. And I'm hoping that you are flashing so much of correction at the end of the session. And I wish everybody a pleasant conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your informative presentation. We will discuss how we can combine blockchain and machine learning for the economic growth. The participants, please be ready with your discussion point. After the next presentation, we will have the discussion time. So we have next presenter today, Lieutenant Commander Prasanga Abeyaratne. He obtained his Bachelor of Business Administration honors in Business Management degree from Sheffield University, United Kingdom, affiliated to the SLIT year 2010. And he served as a junior executive in Sampath Bank PLC from 2006 to 2007. And he also served as a public relation officer to Honorable Minister, Water Supply and Drainage Ministry from year 2010 to 2011. So without further ado, I will invite Lieutenant Commander Prasanga Abeyaratne to the presentation.
Esteemed invitees, senior officers, officer under trainees, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. Dr. Anuja Fernando, ma'am, I really appreciate your kind words about myself and your introduction. So, ladies and gentlemen, today I will be discussing the topic of transformative logistics for Sri Lanka's economic resilience. Sequence of the presentation flash on the screen. Let's start with the introduction. Sri Lanka is strategically located in the Indian Ocean, making it crucial maritime hub for exchange between the east and west. The Hambantota and Colombo harbors are mainly significant due to their strategic positioning in the international logistic network. These ports have historically facilitated trade routes continue to be vital for global commerce. More than just a facilitator of transportation, warehousing, and distributions, logistics is the lifeblood of commerce, enabling efficient and seamless movement of goods and services. Major logistic companies in Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka logistics sector is bolstered by major companies such as Hayley's Advantis, Expo Lanka, and John Keells Holdings. These companies have established a strong presence, underscoring the importance of the logistics sector to the national economy. Their operations contribute significantly to economic activities and highlight the potential of Sri Lanka as a key logistic hub. Current challenges and opportunities. Despite its strategic advantages, Sri Lanka faces several economic challenges and opportunities. The logistics sector mainly relies on road transportation, particularly trucks, rather than the railway systems. This reliance mirrors global logistic trend where flexibility and efficiency are prioritized. To enhance resilience and prosperity, strategic interventions are necessary to address these challenges and leverage the opportunities. Concept of transformative logistics. Central to Sri Lanka's pursuit of economic resilience is The concept of transformative logistics approach goes beyond conventional supply chain management by integrating principles of innovations, efficiency, and sustainability. The incorporation of emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, robotics, drones, and autonomous vehicles can significantly enhance the logistics sector efficiency and effectiveness. Strategic collaboration and forward-looking policies will also play a crucial role in driving economic development and boosting resilience. Significance and research objectives. The significance of transformative logistics for Sri Lanka's economic resilience is profound. By harnessing its potential, Sri Lanka can explore new avenues for economic prosperity, enhance trade competitiveness, and build an economy resilient to the evolving global landscape. This research aims to examine the complexities of transformative logistics in Sri Lanka's context, analyzing its economic environment, the critical role of logistics in fostering resilience, and the transformative potential of innovative logistic practices. Ultimately, this study seeks to provide valuable insight into the vital role of transformative logistics in shaping Sri Lanka's economic in the future. Literature review. I was able to refer 22 publications as supporting articles for this topic under various relevant sub-areas. Under the literature review, Introduction to Transformative Logistics. The increasing interest in transformative logistics characterized by its emphasis on innovations, efficiency, and sustainability. It reflects global endeavor to enhance economic resilience in a dynamic and evolving landscape. Sri Lanka, with its strategic geographical position and burgeoning economy, stand to benefit significantly from transformative logistics. This literature review aims to examine existing research relevant to transformative logistics with a specific focus on its implication of Sri Lanka's economic resilience. Understanding the foundational principles and global trend will provide us with context needed to delve deeper into the Sri Lanka unique position. Key principles highlighted in literature review. Transformative logistics represent a model shift in supply chain management. It involves integrating innovative technology, optimizing process, and committing to sustainability. The conceptual framework of transformative logistics is built on three key principles: innovations, efficiency, and sustainability. Innovations drive adoption of cutting-edge technologies such as artificial intelligence, blockchain, and automations. Efficiency focuses on streamlined processes, reducing cost, and maximizing resource utilization across the supply chain continuum. Sustainability emphasizes eco-friendly practices, green supply chain management, and judicious resource stewardships, which are crucial for mitigating environmental impact and ensuring long-term viability. Technological innovation in logistics under this literature review. Innovation is the foundation of transformative logistics. Researchers advocate for the adoption of technologies such as artificial intelligence and robotics, which can significantly improve decision-making and operational efficiencies in all the logistic processes. Blockchain technology enhances transparency and security in supply chain transactions, fostering trust and reducing fraud. Drones and autonomous vehicles offer innovative solutions for last-mile delivery, providing rapid and flexibility services that traditional logistic methods can't reach. Additionally, autonomous vehicles, including self-driven trucks and forklifts, play a crucial role in enhancing the efficiency of transportation and material handling process with reducing human errors and increasing operational cost. Economic development and resilience building. Transformative logistics drives economic development by enhancing infrastructure and fostering industry innovations. It is really important to develop ports, transportation networks, and digital connectivity in enhancing Sri Lanka's trade competitiveness and economic resilience. It has emphasized the need of digitalizations, automations, and data analytics to boost competitiveness. Resilience is built through flexible supply chain that can swiftly respond to disruptions. Diversified supply chain networks mitigate risk and external shocks. Collaborative efforts among stakeholders, such as information exchange and resource pooling, further enhance the resilience. Research problem. This research aims to investigate the complex challenges and latest opportunity encountered by Sri Lanka's logistics sector as it endeavors to adopt transformative logistic model aimed at stimulating the nation's economic resilience. Key focus areas include the integration of innovative technologies, optimization of operational efficiencies, and implementation of sustainable logistic methodologies. The ultimate goal is to enhance economic resilience through strategic logistic intervention that can help Sri Lanka navigate the ever-evolving dynamic of the global economic arena. Role of emerging technologies in logistics. Emerging technologies play a critical role in transformative logistic operations. This study explored the impact of various technology, including artificial intelligence, artificial general intelligence, robotics, and drones. AI and AGI can significantly enhance decision-making, predictive analytics, and automation in logistic operation. Robotics and humanoid robotics improve operational efficiency in warehouses and distribution centers through automated processes such as sorting, packing, and shipping. Drones provide innovative solutions for last-mile delivery. Conceptual framework and implementations. The conceptual framework for this study, supply chain resilience framework that I used, which focus on evaluating the robustness of supply chains in managing disruption and uncertainties. This framework includes several essential components such as risk identifications, assessment, mitigations, and response and recovery. In the context of Sri Lanka economic resilience, this framework can be used to analyze weaknesses in logistic infrastructure, assess risks such as natural disaster and trade disruption. Strategies may include investment in infrastructure, adoption of advanced technologies, regulatory reform, and capacity building initiatives. By applying this framework, researchers can gain valuable insight into the dynamic of Sri Lanka's logistics sector and its contributing to economic resilience. Fostering sustainable economic growth and development also a key element under that. Now let's move on to the discussion. Impact of utilizing the supply chain resilience framework. The application of the supply chain resilience framework within transformative logistics provide a structured approach to enhancing logistics sector preparedness and adaptability. This framework facilitates the proactive identification of vulnerability of the risk, allowing stakeholders to develop comprehensive contingency plan and responsive strategies, which is critical for improving the national readiness to address potential disruptions. Enhanced risk management is achieved through the systematic evaluation of risk and threats, enabling stakeholders to prioritize the risk for efficient allocation of the resources, thereby reducing the overall vulnerability of the logistics sector. Implementing resilience strategies such as diversifying suppliers, establishing redundancy, and investigating in technology can brace the Sri Lanka's logistic network against external shocks and disruptions. Benefits and challenges. The benefits of utilizing the supply chain resilience framework are significant. A resilient logistics sector enhances Sri Lanka's competitiveness on global stage, ensuring reliable and efficient supply chain operation which position the country to attract investment, establish robust trade partnerships, and capitalize on emerging market opportunities. Integrating sustainable practices into resilient strategies such as green logistics initiative and responsible resource management allows Sri Lanka's logistics sector to contribute to long-term economic and environmental sustainability goals. However, there are several challenges to implementing this framework. Resource constraint, including limited financial and human resource, may hinder effective implementations. Addressing challenges. To overcome these challenges, a coordinated, multidimensional approach is required. This involves government interventions, private sector engagement, academic collaborations, and international cooperations. Strengthen the capacity of logistic professionals through adequate training, education, and skill development is essential for the successful adoption of resilience strategies. By addressing these challenges and fostering collaborative efforts, Sri Lanka can unlock the transformative potential of logistics, thereby enhancing economic resilience and promoting sustainable development. In conclusions, this study highlights the critical role of transformative logistics in enhancing Sri Lanka's economic resilience by integrating principles of innovations, efficiency, and sustainability. That transformative logistics can significantly impact on Sri Lanka's economic trajectory. Technologies such as AI, AGI, robotics, and drone improve decisions making and operational efficiency, contributing to resilience in logistics sector. The development of logistic hubs like Hambantota and Colombo further enhances Sri Lanka's trade competitiveness. Let's move into the recommendations. To fully leverage the benefits of transformative logistics, it is essential to prioritize investment in advanced logistic technologies, including AI, blockchain, robotics, and autonomous vehicle. That fostering public-private partnership also can facilitate knowledge transfer, resource pooling, and collaborative innovations. Comprehensive training program for logistic professionals as crucial, equip them with necessary skill to implement and sustain resilience strategies effectively. Future research directions. Future research should focus on the integration of emerging technologies such as AI and blockchain in logistic operations. Evaluating the long-term impact of sustainable logistic practices on economic resilience will provide valuable insight into best practices and scalable strategies. Additionally, examining the role of policy framework in facilitating transformative logistics to initiative will help to identify necessary regulatory adjustment. Ongoing research, collaborations, and innovations are
essential to unlocking the full potential of transformative logistics and steering Sri Lanka towards future resilience and prosperity. This is come to end of my presentation, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant Commander Prasangar Abhiratna. So now it's time for the discussion. If audience, if you have any questions or comments to make, both presenters are available for your discussion time. The mic is not working. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Commander Nalin Perra, Excel Branch Officer. So first and foremost, thank you very much for your presentation. My question goes to retired Admiral Ratnaik, sir. So actually, I'm not a major in logistics, sir. So just to want to see your views and thoughts on, in my opinion, sir. So you have mentioned the paper presenting conceptualization. There are two major factors, like regulatory uncertainty and willingness to change. To me, sir, like regulatory uncertainty mean, so person behind the regulatory system or authority will matters. Then again, willingness to change will focus on the people. Basically, to me, it goes hand in hand. So in your view, so do you see any benchmark between this regulatory uncertainty and the willingness to change? Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much for the correction, Aline. In my research, I found there were three concerns. First one is poor technical proficiency. The second one is regulatory uncertainty, and the cost concern were the main factors hindering the application of machine learning and blockchain in Sri Lanka for the at present context. You are very correct, because regulatory uncertainty concern, there are two platforms, that is judiciary and other one is legislative. So legislator has to enact certain laws for the implementation. The judiciary can regulate for those. In today's concept, there are dearth of laws for regulating these two concepts, the machine learning and blockchain. When it is practicing, there are so much of loopholes are available. So there are people who can do the play around. So in the blockchain, once it created, so all the parties can see any changes did by some other parties. So for the Bitcoin, there is no particular law at the present here. It was discussing at the, even His Excellency President and other people, they saw that the young youth is, or the present day business people, they are insisting them to put up a legal action. So because of regulatory uncertainty, you don't feel to apply those blockchain or even the machine learning in the industry, because you are hesitating how it's going to do. And the willingness to change, yes, it is a fact. But in my research, it is not significant, but though it is a quantitative, but the qualitatively, you can't neglect, or you can't say that it is not, but it is there. So when you are putting up a new technology into this organization, the organization people, these workers, they are very reluctant to absorb it or take it to concern as a challenge and work it out. So these two are very important concerns, as well as other factors I put up in my independent variables. Those are very important because it is proven through the qualitative analysis after data saturation, and in my analysis also the same. So that is the answer for you.
Hope you get the answer.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Any questions from the participants?
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am. I am Captain Akila Mendis. My question also goes to retired Admiral Chandran Ratnayaka. Sir, as we listen to Command of the Navy today, he mentioned that the budget, the recurrent to capital ratio is 85 to 15, and it is almost the same in the country and in the private sector as well. And we are having a serious foreign currency crisis. And implementing blockchain and machine learning will have investing on machine learning and blockchain will be a problem. What are your thoughts? How could we navigate here?
The commander talked about these budget disparities. So it is from 2000, if we be concerned about throughout the protracted war to the present day, it's almost like a 15 to 85%. And the Navy is in 2030 expecting for the 40-60 in capital and the recurrent. That is what he says. So today, when implementing this blockchain and machine learning concept in the naval context, in our fraternity, it is a question how you going to integrate it with the present integrated logistic management system. Because there are a few languages involving here. The Ethereum, the language that which is very practically applied in the government sector, works in all around the world. So Ethereum can be used to amalgamate the present system. But concern is about other hardware facilities. And the software licenses are very expensive. And training the personnel is also the big concern. And those are three main concerns that you to be considered. But when you are taking, for an example, last year, we purchased almost like a 400 pieces. So it's mean that we have a, for its lifetime is almost like another 5 years. So 24 into 5, another 5 years is almost reaching to 2030. And we purchase almost like 125 million worth of virtualization package. So that also facilitating for these facilities. So only thing that IT sector experts as well as the logistician and other leaders as what our keynote speaker emphasized in the lecture today in his keynote, because whatever we purchase is that it is immaterial. Otherwise, if we don't have a proper leadership or a individual who behind the machines. So we have a way of doing that, but this is a concept that you can't say throw it up that we don't have money that because that we can't apply, because you have to apply it. If we 2030 that if you are not applying with this, your logistics or your supply chain management is outdated and you can't do it because the whole world is going to change, right? So because of that, yeah, it is a concern about the capital and recurrent investments. You have to be concerned and you have to be educated the approving authorities about these sanctions, those allocations, and you have to work it out with a plan on a stage-wise, because another 6 years more, and at the same time that you can observe how the market is working out, how these industries are absorbing and wearing these two beautiful technologies. So if it is so, with that you have to move it, and cost concern is a concern, but you have to abide it.
Adding to that one, you mentioned it in your abstract also, this is a premature stage in Sri Lanka to invest. So 6 years time we have
Yeah,
to wait.
because there are certain companies are already knew that if you go to Kiehl's, you go to Nestle, you go to what do you call it, Mars, then other industries, they are wearing this one, they are start wearing this one. So this is, they are going with. So being a government organization or being a military organization, we can't go away. Because I show the operational side of it as well. So operational side that if we absorb and wear these two technologies, we have ample opportunities of executing our duty. So this is a very important two technologies developed right now and been practicing, and there are certain things of the Internet of Thinking and so other activities, also other technologies that are going to be absorbed with, but all are going around the machine learning and the blockchain.
Right, since this is 4 minutes is there, we can accommodate one question, yes.
I'm Commodore Nair from Pakistan Navy. I just want to, sir, support your arguments. All the navies of the world, they have the problem of budgeting. So there are resource constraints in the Navy. But investing in the new technologies always provides you the opportunity to save in the future also. Like we started investing in the use of ML, machine learning, and made a program of web-based inventory management system, which provided us opportunity to save a lot of overstocking. So that provides you the cost cutting in the longer run. So I support your arguments, sir.
If I'm clarifying the correction, you are talking about the overstocking.
Yes, I want to say that once you invest in the new technologies, in the longer run, you save the money. Because once you are investing now, but in the longer run you save. Like I gave you the example of web-based inventory management system, which we made in the Navy, Pakistan Navy, few years back. So we were overstocking, ordering the spares which were not required. So now with the help of the machine learning, we are able to order only those required spares and saving the money.
I'm 100% subscribing your thoughts and inputs the conference. So thank you very much for you inputting your experience towards the sharing with this knowledge with other contemporaries here in Sri Lankan Navy, Army and Air Force and the police. Thank you very much, because today investments, yeah, it may be a bit of cost, but it will be dividend to you in the future in a bigger manner. So you will be very benefited when you move, because this is a process where that you have to go with the people. So it's a process of changing, evolution. So because of that, when you are facing, if you are thinking that it is going to be going to be the marginal point in the future, so you have to invest it, whether you like it or not.
Okay, one more questions we can accommodate.
Yeah, excuse me. Question from me.
Yeah.
It goes to Lieutenant Commander Erang. Now, you talked about the transformational logistics and resilience in economy. Now, all these concepts what we talk, we heard from year 2010 in different forums and different magnitudes. Now all these AIs and machine learning, blockchains, all these things are coming into the activity. However, 2 years back in Sri Lanka, we witnessed the collapse of the economy due to collapse of the logistics. So with all these things, why couldn't Sri Lanka make the resilience of the economy? I think more than the technological aspects, there would be something else. Did you, in your research, would you be able to find that?
Thank you very much for your question, sir. In Sri Lanka, when compared to the other developed nations, that Sri Lanka far lag behind with the development of technologies and that knowledge and professionalism of the technologies. As an example, sir, that when that in early 90s, that when we watching that movie, Terminator movie, that even that time we can't even imagine that producing that humanized robotics. But presently it has been produced and utilized for that logistic concepts. Even in Amazon company, they also that previously they purchased robotics for their supply and logistic matters, and finally they decide not purchasing from the productive companies. They get the ownership of these companies, and that much technology is evolved that in Sri Lanka, that if that during the COVID period, that only that we are that seeing so that only Cargill's skills, they are only that effectively utilize their that systems with the that logistics. That main thing is that, as an example, that in Sri Lanka, I saw some areas to be improved, sir. One is that modified atmosphere storage. That we are spoiled a lot of that in vegetables and fruits due to that lack of that improvement of these areas. And other thing is that our transportation, sir, that we are getting items from the Jaffna, Nuvareli, that long distance, that once they reach to the Colombo, that we are removing 20% of the items as an that is spoiling. If we develop that railway system with that atmosphere, with that I mentioned, that modified atmosphere storage that we are developing, that we have to put some first we have to we have to invest some money over that, and then we can reach something that we are not reached to that kind of technology, but in the developed nations they are using, sir.
Okay, hope you get understanding about the session 1, transformative logistics for Sri Lanka economic renaissance. So it's like a rebirth. We have to think beyond what we are doing now. So summing up for the session, first speaker had discussed how we can combine blockchain and machine learning to the new technologies to improve our economic growth. And second presenter said that he mentioned that public-private partnership, we will experience it in near future. So that's about our first session today. So it's we are marking the end of the session, and let's hope for the best for the nations. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I must thank Dr. Anuja Fernandu for moderating the first session and the two eminent speakers for presenting much value and informative research papers. May I now request the Director General Logistics, Rear Admiral Ruan Kaluboila, accompanied by Senior Course Coordinator of Long Logistics Management Course, Captain Akila Mendis, to present mementos to the resource personnel for conducting a productive session. I invite Dr. Anuja Fernandu to the stage. The first speaker, retired Rear Admiral Chandana Ratnayaka. The speaker of the second paper, Lieutenant Commander Prasanga Aberatna. Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, along with this, we conclude the first session of the Logistics Conference 2024, and we break the session for the lunch. Distinguished invitees are requested to go for the respective locations as indicated in the invitations. All invitees are requested to be seated by 1330 hours for the second session. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. The second session of the conference shall commence momentarily with a focus on public-private synergy driving economic prosperity through logistics. The session will be moderated by Commodore Rohan Fernando from Sri Lanka Navy, and two speakers are lined up for this session to present their respective papers. Ladies and gentlemen, let me now invite Commodore Rohan Fernando to take the seat as the moderator, and also I request Lieutenant Commander Imesh Piris and Lieutenant Commander Eshan Daminder to take their seats beside the moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, Lieutenant Commander Achala Bandara, a student officer of Long Logistics Management course, will introduce the moderator of the second session. Over to you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, all of you. It is my great privilege and honor to introduce the moderator of the second session of the Logistics Conference 2024, Commodore Rohan Fernando, to this distinguished gathering. Commodore Rohan Fernando is a proud product of Nalanda College, Colombo, and streamed officer of the Sri Lanka Navy, serving with over 32 years of professional experience in the logistics branch. He is a testament to dedication and excellence in the fields of logistics, supply chain management, procurement, leadership, and effective management. Commodore Fernando holds a Master of Business Administration in Logistics Management from the University of Goa and a Bachelor of Arts in Defense Studies from the General Sir John Kothawala Defense University. He has also completed the Long Logistics and Management course in India, passed Staff College from DSCSC Makola, the United Nations Logistics Officer course at the Institute of Peace Support Training Center in Sri Lanka, and holds a higher national diploma in Human Resource Management from the National Institute of Business Management. Throughout his distinguished career, Commodore Fernando has held numerous key positions, including Director Naval Budget, Director of Logistics at the Kothawala Defense University, Head of Logistics in Northern and Northwestern Naval Areas, Director of Pay and Pension, and Director ILMS. His leadership and strategic decision-making have been instrumental in handling complex logistical operations, especially during critical periods in northern and eastern provinces of Sri Lanka. Commodore Fernando is celebrated for his problem-solving abilities, effective command and control skills, and his capacity to inspire and motivate teams. Ladies and gentlemen, without taking much more time, I would like to request Commodore PRP Fernando to commence the second session of the Logistics Conference 2024. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for the nice introduction, Lieutenant Achala. Welcome to the session number 2. The theme of the session is public-private synergy, driving economic prosperity through logistics. The topic, public-private synergy, is currently much discussed in the society and various forums. We have 2 paper presentations for the session. I would like to introduce first speaker on my left side, Lieutenant Commander Imesh Kumar Piris. The title of the paper he intends to present today is Navigating Through Collaborative Logistics, Fostering the Private-Public Partnership Towards the Economic Resilience of Sri Lanka. He completed his higher studies at Sabaragaon University of Sri Lanka and graduated in year 2010 with BSc in Business Management. Securing lower class, he was able to obtain professional qualification in Human Resource Management from Chartered Institute of Personnel Management with merit class in year 2010. He was enlisted to the Sri Lanka Navy on 14th August 2012 as Direct Entry Officer to the Logistic Branch. During the career at Sri Lanka Navy, followed several courses, such as Sub-Lieutenant Technical course at Naval and Maritime Academy in year 2014, and secured first in order of merit. Further, he followed Supply Officer Basic course in 2015 at Bangladesh Navy, and secured highest overall aggregate in all subjects. He is a proud product of St. Sebastian College, Moratuwa. Without further ado, may I now invite you to present your paper.
Esteemed invitees, senior officers, officer under trainees, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I am deeply honored by generous introduction and kind words of Commodore Rohan Fernando. Thank you, sir. Today, it is my privilege to present my paper on navigating through collaborative logistics, fostering the private-public partnerships towards the economic resilience of Sri Lanka. The sequence of my presentation is shown on the screen. Let's begin with an introduction to paper title. Our world is increasingly facing dynamic issues and challenges, including geopolitical uncertainties, pandemics, global terrorism, economic fluctuations, and natural disasters. These challenges can significantly impact a nation's economy. The keynote speaker, Professor Nilesh Perera, also emphasized this. So, for a country like Sri Lanka, a third world developing nation, it is vital to develop strategies to bolster economic resilience. According to the Oxford Online Dictionary, resilience is the capacity to withstand or recover quickly from difficulties. Economic resilience specifically refers to an economy's ability to withstand, recover from, and adapt to adverse events while maintaining its essential structure and function. This concept is crucial for understanding and enhancing a nation's ability to navigate in turbulent times. Sri Lanka faced significant challenges since 2019, including Easter Sunday attacks, COVID-19 pandemics, natural disasters, public unrest, and economic downturns. Despite recent economic reforms, it is essential for Sri Lanka to identify and re-strategize the ways to reinforce its economic resilience. In this context, private-public partnerships emerge as an effective mechanism. PPPs leverage the strengths of both private and public to enhance the economic resilience. This study explores the potential of collaborative logistics practices within the framework of PPPs in the Sri Lankan context, which can significantly boost the country's resilience to face the economic shocks and the disruptions. The study aimed to answer 4 key research questions. What is economic resilience and its main components? What is the role of potential PPPs? How can collaborative logistics contribute to enhancing economic resilience? And what is the interrelationship among economic resilience, PPPs, and collaborative logistics? To address these questions, I used the desk review method to examine 65 sources and analyzed 26 sources among them systematically, including research papers, articles, textbooks, reports, and web articles. This systematic review have been conducted under 3 key segments. The first examines the definition and determinants of economic resilience. The second emphasizes the role and current context of public-private partnerships. The third explores how collaborative logistics contribute to previous two segments. Economic resilience refers to an economy's ability to recover from or adjust to the external economic shocks. It involves the capacity to absorb disturbances, recover from crises, and adapt to change. Scholars have identified three senses of economic resilience. The first sense is the ability to recover quickly from shocks, that associated with the flexibility of economy, enabling to bounce back after being adversely affected by a shock. Next sense is the capacity to withstand shocks. This suggests that the adverse effect of a shock can be absorbed so that the end effect is zero. The third sense shows the ability to avoid shocks, which is considered to be inherent and can be considered to a worse of economic vulnerability. Four components of economic resilience identified by the scholars. The components help to measure economic resilience, which are highly influenced by economic policy, which can serve an economy to build its economic resilience to meet the consequences of adverse shocks. The first component is macroeconomic stability. It involves with maintaining balance between aggregate demand and supply in the economy. Key indicators include fiscal position, employment rate, and the inflation. Microeconomic market efficiency is the second component. It reflects the effective allocation of resources by the efficient markets. This can be measured by the factors such as size of the government, legal structure, property rights, and freedom to trade internationally. The next significant component is the good governance. It required for absorbing adverse shocks. Good governance includes judicial independence, protection of intellectual property rights, and integrity of the legal system. A well-developed social structure supports economic functions and prevents civil unrest. Education and health are primary indicators of social development. Scholars have identified key four sectors which are critical for Sri Lanka's economic resilience. Agriculture sector is very crucial for food security and rural employment. Apparel sector involves with the export sector contributing to foreign exchange earnings. Tourism sector is one of major source of income and employment, but it often severely affected by global disruptions. Construction sector is very significant for the infrastructure development and economic growth. The second segment focuses on PPPs. PPPs can be identified as special forms of interaction between businesses and governments in the economics, which are deployed in many countries for creating new infrastructure, facilities, and providing services for the general public. Moreover, PPP is an institutional and organizational resilience of state power and private business with the aim of implementing socially significant projects in a wide range of areas, including strategic sectors of the economy. The midterm development policy framework emphasizes PPP as a successful alternative funding method. This approach has notably uplifted infrastructure development in the country. For instance, the construction of the breakwater of the Colombo Port City project and the second coal power plant project in the Trincomalee are prime examples. Future PPP initiatives are expected to introduce in various sectors, including transport, aviation, dairy farming, tourism, and drinking water supply. Moreover, the United States Agency for International Development notes that Sri Lanka actually has a significant history of introducing PPPs in its infrastructure development. Between 1990 and 2014, Sri Lanka undertook 73 PPP projects with a total investment exceeding $6 billion. These projects, however, were limited to 3 sectors, namely electricity, telecommunication, and ports. The PPPs influence the strengths of both private and public sectors. Let's see the role of PPPs and their significant contributions. PPPs can help to build and maintain essential infrastructure such as roads, ports, and energy plants. The private sector brings expertise in commerce, management, and operations, leading to more efficient project implementation. Risks are shared between public and private sectors, reducing the burden of any single entity. Private partners often bring innovative solutions and technologies. Let's explore the segment 3 by concerning on the evaluation of the term logistics. According to the most scholars, the word logistics likely has Greek origins. It derived from terms such as logos, meaning counting or reason, and logimos, meaning calculation or reflection. Over the time, the scope of definitions of logistics have evolved. Most of the scholars defined logistics as the planning, implementing, and controlling of the effective flow of goods, services, and related information from the point of origin to the point of consumption to satisfy customer needs. This definition can be seen as a general explanation as a process when considering the literature available. Next, let's move on to the topic of collaborative logistics. Scholars explain that collaboration occurs when 2 or more entities from a coalition to exchange or share resources, including information to make decisions or perform activities that achieve advantages attainable individually. This collaboration has been deeply studied in various business contexts as evidenced by the scholars, which leads to enhance the effectiveness of logistic operations. Based on the literature analyzed, I developed a conceptual framework that illustrates the interrelationship among economic resilience, PPPs, and collaborative logistics. Let's construct the conceptual framework. In view of fostering the PPPs, it is important to focus on the main objectives of both the parties. Private sector objectives are mainly focusing on the return on investments, sustainability, and the survivability of their businesses. In the other hand, the objectives of public actors are value for public money, industrial growth, and legal regulatory framework. The objectives of both parties can be navigated through the collaborative logistic practices, namely communication networks, inventory management, transportation, information technology, green initiatives, and reverse logistics. So, effective collaboration between the private and public sectors can significantly boost economic resilience. That boost can be achieved through 3 levels. First one, organizational level. Second one, sector level. And third one is national level. Discussion. At the beginning of the study, 4 key research questions have developed to answer. To achieve this objective, firstly, identified what constitutes economic resilience and its components to measure its parameters. Next, the study examined the role and potential of public-private partnerships. Following this, the significance and components of collaborations in logistics were identified. Based on the literature reviewed, a conceptual framework was formulated to identify the relationship among economic resilience, PPPs, and collaborative logistics. The prevailing literature identifies two major aspects for fostering PPPs. Firstly, a clear policy, legal, and institutional framework should be established at the strategic level. Secondly, selecting the best potential methods or models for formulating PPPs is essential. The formation of the correct model should be based on a well-defined theoretical and methodological basis. They are focusing on the effective deployment of the country's competitive potential. According to the prevailing literature, six models can be identified in the lease agreements, and the models are shown on the screen. Sorry for the delay. These are the models identified by the scholars. Sector engagement. Existing knowledge emphasizes the importance of engaging with key economic sectors such as apparel, tourism, agriculture, and construction in the Sri Lankan context to execute PPPs and enhance the country's economic resilience. Governments must also facilitate key functional areas such as infrastructure development, communication networks, inventory management, transportation, information technology, green initiatives, and reverse logistics. These efforts are crucial for building collaborative nodes among suppliers, manufacturers, retailers, and logistics service providers. In conclusion, let's explore the highlights based on the systematic literature review and facts discussed. The study highlighted the potential for collaboration between the private and public sectors in logistics to drive toward a win-win situation and economic resilience. As a developing third world country facing unfavorable economic conditions, Sri Lankan state policymakers can utilize PPPs as an effective mechanism for the development of key economic sectors. The private sector can work on promoting potential socio-economic benefits such as job creation, technology, and enhanced competitiveness on global scale. In the present global landscape, many more uncertainties and shocks are occurring in a dynamic manner, such as geopolitical conflicts, climate change, terrorism, natural disasters, and pandemics. The collective mechanisms can be used to overcome the challenges from said uncertainties. It influences to enhance the economic resilience in proactive manner. Based on the above observations, future researchers can pay attention to exploring innovative models and strategies for facilitating collaboration in logistics. Ultimately, this exerted to generate valuable insights and recommendations for policymakers, industry stakeholders, and researchers exerting to explore the landscape of collaborative logistics and motivate positive change toward the resilience of Sri Lanka. Finally, the recommendations are aimed at integrating PPPs into our national policies and logistics frameworks to create a more robust and adaptable economy. It is proposed to formulate a master plan and a strategy to develop PPPs. This involves integrating them into our national policies and logistics frameworks. A national level committee should be established, including representatives from both the private and public sectors to oversee the overall processes. It is essential to establish a strong regulatory, institutional, and administrative framework for PPPs. This framework should be stable and resistant to changes in the government, ensuring long-term consistency and reliability. Decentralizing the processes of partnerships between the government and private sector is crucial. This approach recognizes the different economic and social efficiencies of projects at national and local levels, allowing for tailored and effective partnerships. Moreover, it is proposed to establish a fast-track implementation and controlling mechanisms by introducing effective standards in PPPs and the logistics sector. This will ensure that projects are executed efficiently and are closely monitored for continuous improvement. It is emphasized to build customized PPP models for key economic sectors. These models should be based on benchmark practices from the other countries and should integrate collaborative logistics to enhance efficiency and effectiveness. Let's look at an example from the agriculture sector, specifically the supply chain of vegetables. Sri Lanka faces significant issues with fluctuating vegetable prices due to weather conditions, transportation disruptions, and rising fuel prices, which creating economic vulnerabilities and negative effects on the public. Currently, vegetables are distributed for wholesale and retail sales to economic centers such as Dambulla, Colombo, Velisara, Nuwara and Ratmalana. These centers collect stocks daily, but there are significant waste due to improper transportation methods and unsold stocks. Additionally, continual weather changes causes for price increases. The best recent scenario was the price increase of the carrots. To address these issues, the government can provide opportunities for private sector to establish modern warehouses with latest technologies near to economic centers. These warehouses can store vegetables for longer periods, which causes to stable the price fluctuations. The government can support this by providing land, infrastructure, and legal backing. This collaborative investment model can drive both state and private sectors towards resilience. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of my presentation. Thank you for your kind attention and participation. Have a great day.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant Imesh, for your interesting presentation. During the presentation, you have covered aspects emphasizing the importance of public-private partnerships in the current economic scenario and collaborative logistics. With that, I will move to the next presentation. I would like to introduce second presenter, Lieutenant Commander Eshan Damind. The title of the paper he will intend to present is Analyzing the Role of Public-Private Partnerships in Fostering Sustainable Logistic Practice for Economic Resilience in Sri Lanka. He was enlisted to the Sri Lanka Navy in year 2011 as cadet officer to the 51st intake. Completed a BSc in Management at Kothala Defence University. And awaiting graduation, he has obtained professional qualification in procurement management from Institute of Supply and Material Management in 2016 with merit class. He is proud product of Bandaranaike College, Gamba. And now you can present your.
Distinguished invitees, senior officers, and the officer under trainees, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, all of you. First, I would like to express my gratitude to Commodore Juan Fernando. Sir, I appreciate your kind words about me and your introduction. So, ladies and gentlemen, today I am honored to present my study on the role of public-private partnership in fostering sustainable logistic practices for enhancing economic resilience in Sri Lanka. The sequence of the presentation is now shown on the screen. Sri Lanka's geographical location in the Indian Ocean is vital for global trade, making it a key logistic hub in the region. However, sustainability is crucial for long-term resilience against environmental changes and global disruptions. Logistical sustainability approaches include tactics to reduce environmental impacts, maximize resource use, and improve supply chain effectiveness. Since they are giving Sri Lanka's limited resources of natural origin and serious threat from environmental deterioration in Sri Lanka, it is critical to implement sustainable logistic management techniques. However, efficient and sustainable logistics are essential for long-term economic growth and resilience against socio-economic environmental impact and building resilience against economic shocks. With this introduction, I will guide you through my research paper to explore the importance of public-private partnerships, review successful case studies, analysis the drivers and the barriers towards public-private partnership, and discuss policy recommendation along with this presentation. Public-private partnership, or PPPs, are collaborative ventures between government entities and private stakeholders aimed at addressing socio-economic and environmental challenges effectively. In Sri Lanka, public-private partnership play a vital role in modernizing infrastructure, enhancing operational efficiency, and promoting sustainable practices crucial for trade and economic growth. They enhance economic resilience by leveraging resources and expertise from both sectors. My study aims to explore how public-private partnership promotes sustainable logistic practices in Sri Lanka, thereby enhancing economic resilience. I analyzed collaborative efforts between government and private sectors to understand how these partnerships facilitate the adoption of sustainable logistic strategies, and research conducted towards the address to key research questions of how PPPs evolved in Sri Lanka's logistics sector, what are the key components of collaborative governance in logistics, how do public-private partnerships impact sustainable logistic practices, and finally, how do private-public partnership contribute to economic resilience in Sri Lanka. The literature review is divided into two stages. As the first stage, historical context of public-private partnership in Sri Lanka's logistic development, and the stage two, theoretical framework, collaborative governance, and its application to sustainable logistics in Sri Lanka. The evolution of public-private partnership in Sri Lanka's logistics sector began with liberalization and privatization policies in the late 1970s and early 1980s. These policies attracted private investment and expertise aimed at modernizing infrastructure, particularly in logistics. Transition to a cooperative model involving both public and private sectors. According to the Asian Development Bank, these reforms were pivotal in transitioning from a state-led model to one that incorporates significant private sector participation. Collaborative governance involves the coordination and collaboration of various stakeholders, including communities, businesses, government agencies, and civil society groups to achieve common goals in logistic sustainability. This theoretical framework helps to understand the dynamics of public and private sectors' collaboration in developing sustainable logistics. In Sri Lanka, collaborative governance is essential for achieving common goals in logistics sustainability. The World Bank Assessment on Logistic Performance and Trade Facilitation Assessment of Sri Lanka emphasized that collaborative governance is crucial for aligning objective and resources, and cooperation and shared responsibilities too. To find out the most suitable and comprehensive method for developing and evaluating various values obtained in the field of logistics, my research employs a mixed method approach, combining case studies, analysis, and policy reviews. The method allows me to examine the impact of public-private partnerships on sustainable logistic strategies and economic resilience. Case studies provide in-depth insight into specific public-private partnership projects, while policy reviews analysis relevant laws and frameworks. Case studies and policy documents were selected based on their relevance to public-private partnerships, activities related to trade facilitation, sustainable logistic and infrastructure development in Sri Lanka. Priority was given to documents that align with my aims and the Sri Lankan context. And the data collection involved qualitative analysis of policy documents and case studies specific to Sri Lanka. I used content analysis and thematic coding to identify key themes related to public-private partnership and sustainable logistics. For this article, I consulted secondary data sources in order to conceptualize the current study and used the search engines to look up credible journal papers. To fill the research gap, and I used a desk research method, and from that was able to find relevant article and fill the gap. I reviewed approx 40 numbers of recently published and mostly cited research. In that publications, I systematically scrutinized 20 numbers of most relevant studies for this study by thorough organization and analysis of pertinent data from government papers, scholarly journals, and industry reports. This approach enabled a comprehensive understanding of the regulatory and policy frameworks governing public-private partnership and their role in promoting sustainable logistics. Public-private partnership have significantly contributed to Sri Lanka's logistics sector, and PPPs are essential to the advancement of sustainable logistic techniques in Sri Lanka, since enhancing both infrastructure and environmental sustainability. To identify those, I selected 3 case studies and effective categorical concepts related to sustainable logistics. As the case study 1, this case study focuses on how PPPs have facilitated infrastructure development and modernization of logistics systems. The collaborative efforts have led to significant improvement in efficiency and capacity within the logistics sector in Sri Lanka. As the case study 1, Colombo International Container Terminal Project, a successful PPP between China Merchant Port Holdings and Sri Lanka Port Authority, used a build, operate, transfer model to significantly improve efficiency and increase the capacity of Colombo Port, transforming it into a premier transshipment hub in the region. The Southern Highway Project, which includes working with private contractors and the governments to build and run a toll-based highway connecting Colombo with the southern area of Sri Lanka, is another example of successful PPPs in Sri Lanka. The project demonstrates how international collaboration and investment can significantly enhance local infrastructure. And the second case study, this study examined collaborative initiative aimed at promoting green logistics. Collaboration under the Ministry of Environment to promote green logistic practices. As the case study 2, Green Freight Initiative fostered collaboration to introduce cleaner vehicle and optimize transport routes. Reducing carbon emission and operational cost. This initiative involves cleaner cars being introduced, transportation routes being optimized, an initiative to develop driving skills for sustainable driving being put into action. Additionally, the effort encouraged public and commercial organizations to adopt green procurement practices and build green logistics hub. In addition to provide real environmental advantages, including lower carbon emissions and air pollution. In this case study, explore how cross-sector partnerships have driven innovation and technology adoption in the logistics sector. The focus is on leveraging technological advancement to improve logistical operational and sustainability. As the case study 3, Logitech program, involving the Ministry of Industry and Commerce and between the tech companies, implemented digital platform and IoT devices to enhance logistic efficiency by improving tracking, transparency, and competitiveness through digital platform and IoT devices. Several cutting-edge solutions were put into practice under the Logitech initiative, such as creation of digital platforms for tracking and booking freight, the development of Internet of Things, devices for real-time cargo movement tracking and monitoring, the adoption of blockchain technology for transparent and safe supply chain management. These technology advancements have improved the visibility and traceability of goods and lowered paperwork and expedited logistical process. In addition to case studies, I conducted comprehensive policy analysis to understand the legislative and policy environmental supporting PPPs and sustainable logistics in Sri Lanka. This analysis helps identify gaps and opportunities for enhancing PPP frameworks. Sri Lanka National Logistic Policy and the Sri Lanka Port Authority Act provided the legal foundation of PPPs in logistics, which make it possible for private sector to participate in initiatives like Colombo Port expansion and supported by incentive for green logistics initiative. During the analysis of policies and regulatory framework in Sri Lanka, it's identified key drivers include favorable government policies, well-defined objectives, adequate funding, and robust institutional framework as the drivers. According to Sri Lanka Freight Forwarded Association, they have been recognized political instability, legal ambiguities, bureaucratic red tape, and lack of transparency as the major barriers to PPPs. To implication of better PPPs, understanding these factors is crucial for developing effective strategies for overcome challenges and leverage PPPs for sustainable logistics. As the current policies, the key policies include the National Logistics Policy and the Sri Lanka Port Authority Act, and incentives for green logistics according to the Ministry of Finance, Sri Lanka at present. While these policies have had some success and mixed results, their impact are limited by political and legal challenges and lack of coordination between sectors. My discussion synthesizes the findings from the case studies and policy analysis, highlight the critical role of PPPs in promoting sustainable logistic practice and enhancing economic resilience. The collaborative governance model emerged as the key factor in the successful implication of sustainable logistic strategies. However, challenges such as bureaucratic hurdles and legal uncertainties must be addressed to enhance PPP effectiveness. Also, Sri Lanka should make investment in infrastructure, technology, and the development of human capacity to promote sustainable logistics. It should also provide incentives, technical support, and training programs. This step can promote environmental sustainability, economic resilience, and public-private cooperation. If these challenges are addressed, PPPs can drive economic resilience and sustainability in Sri Lanka's logistics sector. In conclusion, PPPs are instrumental in advancing sustainable logistic practices in Sri Lanka. They enhance economic resilience by leveraging the strength of both public and private sectors. My study recommends strengthening policy support for PPPs, fostering greater collaboration among stakeholders, and prioritizing sustainable practices in logistic planning and implementation. PPPs are crucial for sustainable logistics and economic resilience in Sri Lanka. Moving forward, enhanced coordination, stakeholders' engagement, and supportive policies are essential to overcoming challenges and maximizing benefits of PPPs. As the policy recommendations to enhance the effectiveness of these policies, a more streamlined regulatory process and improved stakeholders' engagements are necessary. Streamline regulatory processes, simplify bureaucratic procedure, reduce bureaucratic hurdles, and establish a dedicated PPP unit to oversee projects. Enhance stakeholders' engagement, improve communication and coordination among stakeholders to ensure alignment of goals and resources. And finally, invest in infrastructure and technology, promote sustainable logistics by providing incentives, investing in training, and support for new technologies for adapting sustainable logistic practices. Long-term impact assessment of PPP projects are essential to understand their economic, social, and environmental implications over time. To further advance research in this area, several recommendations can be considered. Stakeholders' perspective on PPPs should have been explored to identify motivation, challenges, and strategies for enhancing collaboration. Conduct comprehensive analysis with international cases can provide valuable insight into effective PPP models and practices for sustainable logistics development. Additionally, research should explore innovative financing mechanisms, technological innovations, capacity building initiatives, and policy evaluation and reform to support sustainable logistic practices in Sri Lanka. Stakeholders must prioritize collaborations, policy support, and investment in sustainable logistic practices by leveraging collaborative power of public-private partnerships. Stakeholders can address the challenges of contemporary logistics management and propel Sri Lanka towards a more resilient and sustainable future. As the final thought, by working together, we can create sustainable and resilient logistics ecosystem that support economic growth and socio-economic environmental protection in Sri Lanka. These are the few journal articles that I refer to for my paper. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I have completed my presentation. Thank you for attention and participation in this presentation.
Lieutenant Daminda, during the presentation you have able to analyze the role of public-private partnerships in logistic context mainly through case studies. Those are the two presentations lined up for the session. Now I open the forum for the discussion. Audience, if you have any question, any clarification, you can raise now.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Commander Nalim Perra. And at the very first outset, let me thanks to two speakers for the shed some light on private-public partnership. So I have one question, either Kumar or Dhammika could answer. Have you researched the area of blue economy? considering the vast sea area we have, for the time being, the EZ, it's almost underutilized. And probably in the future, we'll get the contingent self-margin. And considering the fact that what Kinoka, the speech did in the morning, the sustainability and going on green. And do you see any potential area that we could build a partnership with PPP? I want your opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable question. Yes, sir, blue economy is a very potential sector, potential field to identify as an island nation. But we have not researched about the blue economy. These articles we research in a holistic view. So the question is, in our country, the PPPs have not recognized properly. The attitudes towards the PPPs also is a question, because people think it's privatization, because politicians, mostly used by the politicians, the privatization. So we have as a country, as a state, we have to identify the potential areas. That's why I mentioned in my presentation, we have to build up the models, this customized models that suitable for our country. So in that aspect, it's a blue economy, yes. It's a vast, it is a potential area. So that is my view, sir.
Commodore Nayyar from Pakistan Navy. First of all, my compliments to both the speakers for such a comprehensive and thought-provoking presentations. My question can be answered by any of you. This is regarding that, during the research, did you find any avenue where the private entity can collaborate with the armed forces as a public entity to reap the benefits of the public-private partnership?
Thank you, sir. Yes, being the armed forces, my opinion is the best sector is to identify the humanitarian logistics. In that aspect, we can get the technological knowledge and the expertise, or as examples, the 3PL providers, so we can get the insights from them. And we have the manpower. So in the humanitarian logistics, so in our keynote speaker's speech, he mentioned that climate changes. So we have to be ready. If we want to build resilience, humanitarian logistics is vital. In that aspect, we can collaborate with the private sector. That is my opinion.
Congratulations for two papers well presented. I think for public-private partnership, with particular reference to Sri Lanka, there's a challenge, inconsistency in policies and sustainability. So policy part of it is a major concern when whoever who wants to really engage with the public. So how do you best see practical solutions that we can offer in this scenario? Because you spoke about policy reforms, strategy reforms. I think those are big blocks. But how can you see in addressing the sustainability and consistency of government policies and other aspects in encouraging PPPs? Thank you.
Thank you for your question, sir. Actually, it's the valuable thoughts. As per my knowledge, from the decades, it was the problem of the national policy about the private-public collaborations, and what are the policies that we had. But with my research, it was identified that there was no any legislative policy since 2017. After the National Agency for PPP is the legislative institute, government body which empowered with the legislative act by the cabinet. After that, they are making some policies, but there's a problem with those legislations and other things. So we don't have that much of powerful policy regarding the this type of collaboration, since there's a huge involvement with the political agendas. That's why it has been not work properly. We have to go for the Sri Lanka has to come up with a powerful, legitimate act for these concerns. Thank you, sir.
I'm undergraduate. So my question is go to second speaker. You had mentioned some 3 case studies in public-private partnership. So someone argued about public-private partnership is caused to interpret with the sovereignty. Is that true? What opinion about you?
Thank you for your questions. Actually, I think you mentioned about the difference between the private-public collaboration and privatization, I think. I think it has a major difference with this. Those are the 2 major concepts. As per our studies, private-public partnerships are not about the privatization. It's not to impact to sovereignty or any other our impact to our countries. If it is collaboration going with proper policy decisions and makings, it's not about the public-private partnership. It's not about the privatization. It's only about the collaboration with governments, entities, and the private sectors who has wealthy, I mean, with money, they are investing, they are expecting return of investment about their money, and government, they are trying to develop the, I mean, in my presentation mentioned that like infrastructure and development. Government expecting that. That's only, not about the privatization. Those are the different concepts. Thank you.
There is one question from me. Now, you all have talked about a lot of successful stories in private and public partnership. But when it comes to the very recent things, Hambantota Port, Mattala Airport, these are public invested projects but collapsed due to non-availability of entrepreneurships. In your studies, did you all study on that, why these things not successful, why we are lease these things to some other countries, and is there any potential for us to run these things?
Thank you for your question, sir. Yes, many unsuccessful stories we can found. The thing is, we don't have proper environmental assessment or prior assessment before going for the projects, because as I previously mentioned, it's come with the politicians. I mean the ministers, when they producing their election propagandas. So they're going with those things, but no body to, no body, established body to assess these things. So we need to establish a body, a professional body that comprises both private and public sector professionals, stakeholders to get those decisions by them. As example, as an institutional body, we have under Ministry of Finance, the National Agency for Private-Public Partnerships. So they are doing just getting the funding, just facilitating for funding, but no proper assessment. So no assessment on what we have the strengths, weaknesses, or opportunities and threats. That's the problem, I think, sir.
I do have another question regarding this public-private partnership. Question is going to Lieutenant Commander Piris. Principally, I agree with this private-public partnership. It is a very good way to attract the foreign investments and technology to a country like Sri Lanka. So that we, in such a critical economic situation, attracting foreign funds to countries is critically important. But the experience that we have with these private partnerships, almost all the private partnership agreements have is advantageous to Sri Lanka because of the way that we have gone into the matter. For example, if you take the CICT container terminal, that the ownership that the Sri Lanka Port Authority has is 15% and the Chinese company has 85%. So the massive business opportunity, major portion of the business opportunity is going to the foreign company. Hambantota Port is also like that. So that in such a way, in country like Sri Lanka, how we can approach to this valuable methodology to attract the foreign investment, technology and the strategic partners to the country.
Thank you, sir, for your question. As I mentioned, we need an independent body to handle these public and private partnerships. So in benchmark countries like France, UK, so they have the independent bodies to handle this. So they have the mechanisms. They are going for management contracts, concessions, like the methods are available. The thing is how we approach to this. So best method to establish an independent body that would not change with the governments. So it should consistent with all the time with the long-term and short-term objectives. That is the method to go for the answer.
Since we have more time, we can accommodate one or two questions. Audience, if you have more questions, you can raise.
I'm Commander Manjula Senaratna. I have a question to the first speaker. As you have mentioned, to sort out the issue of soaring prices of vegetables, you have mentioned some of the involvement where the government institution also can take part. But in the morning also we have listened in the same forum that concept of from the farmer to table concept. And when you carefully study the supply chain which is involved in Sri Lankan context, some of the unwanted firms already in the system. So as you have mentioned, when you are going to introduce something like warehouses and storage facilities, cold rooms and all, the cost involved in the supply chain itself will further increase and ultimately it will be added to the customer. So don't you think instead of that, some kind of viable option in order to get down the prices of the vegetable?
Thank you, sir. In that context, sir, as I mentioned in my example, so I mentioned that we are facing the fluctuations in vegetable prices due to various changes. If you get rain, you get increase of prices. When you get droughts, you get increase of price. So problem is, in that case, so you can have the innovative warehouses. So for that purpose, investors are there. But the thing is, government have to participate for this. So they can provide the lands and the tax concessions. So encourage them. So in that purpose, they can collaborate for those issues. In that part, I think yes, the thing is there, but the thing is you have to do proper assessment. You have to analyze the cost and benefits that you can gain from adapting those methodologies. That's why I mentioned the independent body. If there is an independent body, they can do the assessments prior to acquiring those partnerships. That's it.
Any questions? I need some clarification from you. I have some doubts. Imesh, you mentioned that 4 major economic sectors which needed for economic bounce back. The agriculture is the most sensitive sector among them. It needed microeconomic stability initially. What is your opinion with regard to the mitigating of internal and external forces when introducing private-public partnership to the agriculture?
Is as a attitude of the people, they think these things are as the privatization. They think PPPs as a synonym for privatization. So in that case, we have to change the attitude first. That's one barrier. And the institutional wise, we have to build up the institutions with proper professionals. So I identified those key sectors because those key sectors are contributing our gross domestic production majorly. So first barrier is the attitude of the people and the lack of encouragement from the government. That's my answer.
Thank you, Imesh. Daminda, under case study, number 3, you mentioned that cross-sector partnerships for innovation and technology, adoption in logistics specific to the Sri Lanka. How can it support to the economic resilience in Sri Lanka?
Thank you for question, sir. In my analysis, I take number 3 case study as the cross-sector partnership. And with that, I suggest innovation and technology adoption in logistic field. The cross-section partnership means it's not about the only government and another private sector. It's about all the government bodies and the investor, private sector, as well as some academia, institution, and those who are the doing innovations and doing some developments to a specific field. With that collaboration, the logistic, sustainability logistic can be achieved with that collaboration by some innovations. It create a competition with some development competition, and most of the time it connect with vast link of logistic field. Some sectors, some businesses can go with collaboration with mainly with outside from the country. It creates a competition, and it's will reduce some cost and some efficiency will create with this. By that, I think it's give some strength to economy.
Thank you, Zamin. Now I would like to sum up the session. We had 2 presentations. First one was delivered by Lieutenant Commander Imesh Kumara Piris. Title of the paper is Navigating Through Collaborative Logistics, Fostering the Private-Public Partnership Towards the Economic Resilience of Sri Lanka. He discussed about how public and private sector participative logistics help to cultivate and achieving towards common goal of economic bounce back of Sri Lanka. I will move to the next presentation. The presentation was delivered by Lieutenant Commander Ishan Daminda. It's about analyzing the role of public-private partnership in fostering sustainable logistic practices for economic resilience of Sri Lanka. He was able to closely study the nature and relationship of public and private sector behavior pattern, sharing of resources, how it will help our ability to meet sustainable logistic practices, leading towards economic stand of Sri Lanka through the case studies and analysis of same. The two presentations are in quite good standard. Both the presenters are able to cover important factors, aspects, emphasizing the need of private-public partnership for the economic resilience in logistics. I would like to thank presenters for their excellent presentations, timely important topics they have chosen, and the audience for great interaction. Thank you very much.
Distinguished guests, I must express my sincere gratitude to Commodore Rohan Fernando for moderating the second session and the two eminent speakers for presenting their research papers. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now take this opportunity to invite Commander Eastern Naval Area, Rear Admiral Kanchan Banagoda, accompanied by the Course Coordinator of Long Logistics Management Course, Commander Tharanga Vijayasekara, to present mementos to the resource personnel for conducting a productive session. The moderator of the second session, Commodore Rohan Pradeep Fernando. The speaker of the third paper, Lieutenant Commander Imesh Pires. The speaker of the fourth paper, Lieutenant Commander Ishan Daminda. Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have come to the end of the second session of the Logistics Conference 2024, and we shall conclude the proceedings with refreshments arranged at the previously notified locations. We shall meet again by 1530 hours to commence the third and the final session of the conference. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are a few minutes away from the commencement of the third and the final session of the Logistics Conference 2024. And we are waiting for the arrival of the Commander of Sri Lanka Navy, Vice Admiral Priyantha Pereira. Till then, please be seated. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, with that, let's move to the third session of the Logistics Conference 2024. The third session would be conducted under the theme of Green Horizons, Steering Sustainable Logistics for Economic Resilience. This session will be moderated by Mr. I.G. Pereira, and two speakers are lined up for this session. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now invite Mr. I.G. Pereira to take the seat as the moderator, and also Commodore Prashantha Anthony and Mrs. Kalpani Madhuvanti to take their seats besides the moderator. Thank you. Squadron Leader Kasun Hettiarachchi, a student officer of Long Logistics Management course, will introduce the moderator of the third session. Over to you, Kasun.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, all of you. It is my great privilege and honor to introduce the moderator of the third session of the Logistic Conference 2024, Mr. I.G. Pereira, to this distinguished gathering. Mr. I.G. Pereira is a proud product of the University of Kelaniya and distinguished supply chain and lean management specialist with a truly impressive background. Mr. Pereira's career path is a testament to his dedication to the field of the supply chain management. He began as an inventory controller and steadily climbed the ranks, gaining invaluable experience, warehouse management, procurement, human resource, quality management, production, and lean management. Throughout his journey, he has worked for leading multinational exports both in Sri Lanka and internationally, where he was exposed to cutting-edge technology systems. Especially, Mr. Pereira played a key role in the setting up outsourcing function and operations for Brandix Apparel Solutions. His academic achievements are equally remarkable. Mr. Pereira holds an MBA with a specialization in supply chain management and international business, an MSc in supply chain management and international diploma in the field. He further boosted his experience. He boosted his expertise with diploma in computer system design, business management, quality management, and various other relevant areas. Mr. Pereira's diverse skill set has allowed him to excel in the challenging position within multinational organizations. He has obviously contributed to driving business forward by managing supply chain, production process, and business operation. He's a champion of implementing best practices, having championed initiative in 5S, OSHA, lean manufacturing, quality management, and Six Sigma. And also, he's a lead auditor for ISO standard. Mr. Pereira's commitment to the profession is further underscored by his role as the president of the Institute of Supply and Material Management and qualified trainer for the International Trade Center, Geneva, affiliated with the UN. Currently, Mr. Pereira graces the visiting faculties of prestigious institutions in Sri Lanka, the UK, and Australia, sharing his vast knowledge with the next generation of the leaders. Beyond his academic professional achievements, Mr. I.G. Pereira is a passionate participant in various extracurricular activities. So, ladies and gentlemen, without talking much time, I would like to request Mr. I.G. Pereira to commence the third session of the Logistic Conference 2024. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much for the wonderful introduction. The Commander of the Navy, Rear Admiral Priyantha Pereira, present and past directors of logistics, foreign delegates, participants, ladies and gentlemen. So it's a privilege to be here. Thank you very much for the organizing committee for creating this opportunity. And the topic in this particular session is Green Horizons, Steering Sustainable Logistics for Economic Resilience. Sustainability has been defined in the Bertland Report as consuming resources for fulfillment of present generation requirements without taxing the future generations' ownerships. Resilience have been defined by previous speakers to the required degree. The first paper will be presented by Commodore Prashant Anthony, a product of D. Masenat College, Kandana. In 1977 era, very difficult to earn 8 distinctions. He is the only person who earned 8 distinctions in D. Masenat College. And also, not only in studies, even in extracurricular activities, he has performed well. He has been playing college cricket under 13, 15, and 17 as captain and vice captain. He joined Sri Lanka Navy in 1990 as a cadet officer in the Electrical and Electronics Engineering branch. He has obtained his first degree, a Bachelor of Technology in Electrical and Electronics Engineering, 1993 from Indian Naval College, the degree offered by Jawaharlal Nehru University, India. So thereafter, he has been earning more knowledge qualifications. He has obtained his master's degree defense studies in management from KDU. Also thereafter, he has done another master of philosophy degree at KDU. He has attended many training programs and conferences in foreign countries during this career. Also, he has conducted lectures. He has the passion to conduct lectures. Naval and Maritime Academy, Union Naval Staff College, Defense Services Command and Staff College, and at KDU as well. So, during this distinguished naval career, running for 33 years, he has served in various ships and command headquarters as an electrical and electronics engineer, and has held the appointments as head of electrical and electronics department in northern, southern, and western and eastern naval commands. So Commander Prashant Anthony, the lectern is over to you now to present your paper.
Commander of the Navy, Vice Admiral Priyantha Pereira, senior officers, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I will be presenting my paper on sustainable and eco-friendly logistics for economic resilience using advanced technologies. Contents of the presentation is as shown. Today, we will explore the importance of balancing economic resilience with environmentally conscious practices. We will also delve into transformative role of AI, data analytics, and advanced technologies in reshaping logistics. Our objective is to understand the relationship between sustainability and economic robustness in the logistics sector. Sustainable navigation in logistics is now a global priority. Balancing economic resilience with environmental practices has driven the industry to rethink traditional methods. This shift is crucial to meet the growing demand for sustainability while ensuring economic stability. Economic resilience is closely tied to sustainable logistics management. As industries face the impacts of climate change and increasing environmental responsibilities, adopting sustainable practices is essential. This paper aims to shed light on the symbiotic relationship between sustainability and economic resilience within the logistics sector. Sustainable logistics management forms the foundation of responsible economic practices today. It involves a holistic approach to supply chain operations, emphasizing green procurement, energy-efficient transformation, and waste reduction. By adopting these policies, practices, organizations contribute to environmental conservation and enhance their economic resilience. Collaboration among stakeholders is crucial in this process, as it strengthens the entire supply chain network. In the dynamic landscape of contemporary logistics, the integration of artificial intelligence stands as a transformative force, reshaping traditional paradigms and catalyzing unprecedented efficiency where AI supports logistics management, unraveling the profound impact it has on economic resilience and sustainability. AI enables to perform tasks that typically require human intelligence, as recognizing patterns, making decisions, and solving complex problems. AI is applied to enhance efficiency, optimize processes, and improve decision-making across various aspects of supply chain operations. Artificial intelligence, or AI, simulates human intelligence processes such as learning, reasoning, and problem solving. In logistics, AI enhances efficiency, optimizes processes, and improves decision making. The benefits are significant. AI brings unparalleled precision, reduces waste, and enables better resource allocation. Applications include demand forecasting, route optimization, and inventory management. Data analytics is pivotal for sustainable logistics, providing actionable insights for better decision making. By harnessing big data, logistics managers can analyze real-time information on inventory, demand, and supplier performance. This leads to optimized resource allocation, minimized waste, and enhanced operational efficiency. Predictive analytics helps mitigate risks, ensuring continuity and resilience in supply chain operations. Autonomous vehicles are revolutionizing transportation methods in logistics. They reduce the carbon footprint through precise route planning and optimized driving patterns. Autonomous vehicles enhance operational efficiency by operating 24/7 without fatigue, minimizing human errors, and reducing delays. However, widespread adoption faces challenges such as regulatory hurdles, technological limitations, and public acceptance, which need to be addressed. Combining AI, data analytics, and autonomous vehicles fosters economic resilience in logistics. These technologies enable operational agility, allowing organizations to respond swiftly to market changes. They also contribute to cost efficiency through optimized resource allocation. Embracing these technologies enhances market competitiveness as organizations can deliver goods faster and more accurately, aligning with both economic and environmental sustainability goals. Future-proofing logistics operations ensure long-term adaptability and success in a rapidly evolving industry. Let's look at some real-world examples. Amazon uses AI for demand forecasting, route optimization, and warehouse automation, enhancing both efficiency and sustainability. Maersk leverages AI for route optimization, reducing fuel consumption and emissions. UPS utilizes data analytics for efficient package delivery, minimizing delivery times and fuel consumption. Waymo's autonomous delivery vehicles and DHL's use of robotics in warehouses demonstrate the transformative impact of these technologies on logistics. In Sri Lanka, the logistics landscape presents both challenges and opportunities. While infrastructure limitations and regulatory complexities exist, there is growing awareness of the benefits of advanced technologies. Integrating AI in port operations and exploring autonomous vehicles for last-mile delivery are promising initiatives. Strategic investments in infrastructure, technology partnerships, and workforce training can position Sri Lanka as a leader in sustainable logistics. The Port of Colombo is in the process of implementing AI and data analytics to optimize container handling and reduce turnaround times. These technologies help predict container movements, improve scheduling, and reduce congestion. The Port of Colombo has partnered with international firms such as Huawei, funded by Asian Development Bank, to integrate these systems. Several companies such as Govical CodeGen are conducting trials for autonomous vehicles in Colombo and its suburbs. These trials aim to test the viability of autonomous delivery trucks and drones in reducing delivery times and costs, as well as improving safety and efficiency. Despite the benefits, several challenges need to be addressed. Technological barriers and interoperability issues must be overcome. Establishing standardized regulatory frameworks for autonomous vehicles is crucial. Data security and privacy concerns require robust cybersecurity measures. Workforce adaptation through training and upskilling is essential. Looking ahead, further advancements in AI, data analytics, and autonomous vehicles will continue to shape the future of logistics. In conclusion, the integration of advanced technologies like AI, data analytics, and autonomous vehicles holds transformative potential for sustainable logistics. The synergy between technology and sustainable practices is essential for fostering a resilient supply chain. Continuous adaptation and innovation are key to navigating future challenges. This paper calls on the logistics community to embrace these opportunities, ensuring a future where economic resilience and sustainability go hand in hand. Thank you so much for your patient listening. I leave you with this quote by Andrew Nang. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Commodore Prashant Anthony, for the wonderful presentation. In your presentation, you covered many areas actually. It was very comprehensive. Sustainable navigation in contemporary logistics. You covered sustainable logistics management, economic resilience, advanced technologies, impact of AI and how AI can be implemented in logistics in sustainability, leveraging data analytics and see the wisdom at the end of it, using autonomous vehicles and AGVs, economic resilience, and also world-renowned case studies such as Amazon, Maersk, UPS, DHL, and how things can be implemented, concepts can be implemented in Sri Lankan context and what are our future directions. Each of these topics I see as major topics. So those who are interested in the audience can take each topic and go into details, research into details, and it will be an eye-opening then. So thank you very much, Commodore Prashant Anthony. And the second speaker, Mrs. M.A.K.U. Madhuvanti, a product of Jawaharlal University, Bachelor of Business Administration Special from the Faculty of Management Studies. Having achieved first class honors for her first degree in 2017, she joined the academic staff in the same department. She is now a lecturer in the Department of Business Administration, and she has completed the certificate in teaching in higher education from the Staff Development Center. Also, she is awarded the Chemical Industries Award for the best performance in strategic management course in her MBA program from the Faculty of Management and Finance, University of Colombo. Also awarded Haley's Agriculture Holdings Award for the highest marks for the thesis in her MBA program, and awarded the Professor J.S.K. Jayakody Memorial Gold Medal for the best performance in the research in MBA program. I invite now Mrs. Kalani Madhuvanti to present your paper.
Good evening to all of you. Thank you for the lovely introductions. So I'm here to present the research paper which is entitled The Embodiment of the Sustainability Practices in the Logistics Sector to Achieve the Economic Resiliences through the Circular Economy. So have a brief look at the world today we are living in. So today we are talking about environmental issues, the climate changes, social issues like the poverty, global warming, and the financial crises, global war, and these contexts. Why we are talking like these things? What happened to us? So what is the solutions that we have today? So the global leaders unanimously agreed that sustainability is only the panacea for all these issues. So as a result of that, the world of work have to embark this notion of sustainability in the working context. As a result of that, the logistics sector also has to embark this sustainability concern in their practices. So why this logistics sector take the much more attention in this context than the other sectors, services sectors? Especially the countries like us, especially the developing countries like us, the logistics sector is the key to develop the economic growth of the country. Therefore, the logistics sector has to embark this notion specialty. And when it's come to the logistics sector, we can see the high industry competition as well as the specialties. There is a low profit margins in here. And the other thing is that when it's come to the logistics sector, we can see the extensive harm that given to the society at the environment, resource issues, social issues. So the logistics sector has to embark this notion of sustainability than any other sector. That's why we are concerning about talking about sustainable logistic, the green logistic. What is this sustainable and what green logistic is? When it's come to the green logistic and sustainable logistic is, we are taking consideration into environmental foster practices into the logistics sectors. We see, we call it is the green logistic and the sustainable logistic. But the thing is that today we are living in the world where we call it is the VUCA world, highly volatile, complex, ambiguous, and uncertain. In this environment, the issue is that such a practices is not only enough. Therefore, the conventional practices is not only enough. We have to go beyond these things. That's why than the linear model, non-linear practices, non-linear model is coming to the context. So the world of work identified that non-linear model like the circular economics into the considerations into the logistic practices in order to achieve the economic resilience while balancing other two pillars of sustainable development. What this circular economy is? In very simply, we can put the circular economy as extending the use of life of the resources by minimizing the waste. Extending the use of life of resources like the raw materials and the other natural resources while reducing our waste. So, with this circular economy has been pronounced in this research world nowadays. With this, we move on to the research gap of this study. When it comes to the research gap, this is important to the researcher why we are doing this research. When it's come to the circular economic, it has been largely explored in the research in the sustainable development, but based on the manufacturing perspective. When it's come to the service perspective, there is a huge gap to fulfill. So this research study enabled to fulfill this gap also. And when it's come to the existing literature, it has given the more focus on the green logistic practices and the performance of sustainability based organization performance. And there is a need to explore how these sustainable practices in creating economic while balancing the other two pillars of the sustainable development. That's why this study is taken place into this consideration. In this milieu, I have articulated these research questions as the study's research questions. What are the sustainable practices used by the logistics sector, and how these practices help to create economic value while balancing social and economic, social and environmental for the circular logistics sector. So method adopted is reviewing the existing literature, contemporary literature is the methodology that have been adopted in this study. Moving to the literature review, the basic concepts, the two basic concepts that I have used in the study is a green supply chain management and circular economy, as I have discussed the previous as well. Green supply chain management is that the strategies that the logistics sector that used to reduce the energy consumptions and the energy footprint, ecological balance while distributing the good, which focus on the material handling and the waste management, packaging and the transport. When it comes to the circular economy, as we discussed in the previously, it is a non-linear conventional model to this supply chain, green or the sustainable supply chain management, where it end the end of product life cycle system. That means in the previously we are limiting our concern about the sustainability into the in-house production practices. With this circular economy, it has expanded to the micro level to the macro level practices, That's why there is specialty of the circular economy systems. So then, reviewing the literature, what this study was founded that what are the available sustainable practices, not the available, the most suitable word is viable sustainable practices for the circular logistics sector that can be adopted in the Sri Lankan context. First one is the green purchasing. That means it's very simple practices. That means green purchasing means we make available the prerequisites in order to, before buying the products or goods and services. That means, as an example, ISO 14000 and the purchased good which can be recycled, reduced, repaired, and ensure the suppliers. And when we are making the product, when we are buying the products with the suppliers, we have to ensure their ethical codes of the conduct. What are the fair labor practices that they are using before buying the product? So by considering those things, we can ensure the green purchasing when in our logistics systems. And the other thing is the green transportation. When it's come to the transportation, it is the one of the main factor that contribute the environmental harm nowadays. Therefore, the green transportation means we move to the renewable energy, that is minimize the environmental harming. And we can do that through transport certifications, multimodal transport for delivering the product, and improve the energy efficiencies. These are the viable practices that the Sri Lankan logistics sector that can be use these things. And the other one is the environmental preservation practices. Like we can use the hybrid trucks and the multimodal transport, efficiency in the fuel usages, transporting at night, and the route optimizations, optimum utilizations of the vehicle capacity, what we are lacking at, and reducing the truck run empty, then use of the electric vehicles and the transitions to the clean energy. So, and the other practices what we can identify is sustainable product and services practices. That means we can achieve through the redesigning of the product or services into the sustainable manner in the considerations of the product designing part, and the reconfigurations through implementing the automation process and the green warehousing and environmental policy certifications. By incorporating environmental policy certifications into the organization context, that means especially in the logistics sector, we can achieve these things in the reconfigurations practices. And finally, social well-being. But when it's come to the sustainable development, although there is a three pillar, like the economy, people, and the environment, most of the organizations given priority to the economy by default, and we are discussing about the environment, but we forget part is the social aspect. But when we are balancing this sustainability and claiming the world sustainability, we have to balance those three aspects into the consideration. Therefore, when it comes to the logistics sector, the social well-being is one of the important things. How we can achieve this thing? Through ensuring the employee safety. As the third world countries, what we are lacking at, we don't care about these things. And the employee security and welfare. So we have to consider these things: employee rewards, employee grievances management, gender equality, and fair labor practices, code of ethics, social equality, human rights, and the corporate social responsibility. These things not limited to the word, but have to transformative into the work. And the local community, we have to care about the local community and the employment opportunities. By these things, by providing these things, logistics sector in the circular economy can achieve the social well-being. So then we can look at how these practices help to achieve the economic growth. As an I have only taken the one example with the time limitations. If we consider the green purchasing, so how this green purchasing help to balance these three pillars. When it's come to the green purchasing, nowadays there is a trend among the customers. There is a trend to produce the consume or buying the green product by paying high amount. So that means if company organizations consider this, then the organization can achieve the highest revenue by taking considerations into this. And when it comes to the stakeholder management, is another important concept. So organization can manage their societal or the other aspect by providing the managing the community, managing the medias and all the things, and automatically this helps to environmental benefit. Therefore, like each and every practices that we discuss, we can put into this diagram, and then we can achieve the economic growth. And when it's come to the study findings, I cascaded down the benefits of the green logistic practices into the three pillars, the economic, social, and environment. When it's summarized the economic benefits, we can have a cost saving, increase the market share, and enhance the customer satisfaction, enhance the relationship with the customers, and improve the financial performance, and we can reduce the risk. And when it's come to the social benefits, we can create the new employment opportunities, we can enhance the quality of life of the people, reduce the health issues, and we can raise in the population's awareness regarding these things, and improve the social value through ensuring social equity, human rights, and enhance the social capital. When it's come to the environment, what is utmost important, we can reduce the greenhouse gas emission and optimize the utilization of resources, access to the clean water, and reduce the air pollution and reduce the environmental waste. Finally, come to the conclusions of this study. As we are living in the highly dynamic world today, it is evident that the conventional practices is not enough. So we have to consider about the open up the practices like non-linear model circular economic practices into the consideration into the logistics sector. That enables to create economic resiliences while balancing other two pillars of the sustainable development. So through this, value creation in the circular economy encompasses the activities relating to the product, process, service, resources, energy efficiency, and waste management that benefit the economic environment and society. So finally, organization, especially in the logistics sector, can achieve the benefits of these things. So thank you for listening.
Thank you, Kalani Madhuvanti, for the well-informed presentation on embodiment of sustainability in various aspects. She addressed why the pain in the logistics sector, also what is green and sustainable logistics, what is circular economy. Also, she has identified quite a few research gaps. So sustainable production, the new practices that create economic value. Also, she has gone into details in circular logistics, activities such as purchasing, green transportation, and environmental perspectives and practices, sustainable practices, including automation. Also discussed in length social well-being, covering triple bottom line, as highlighted by our keynote speaker, Professor Niles, to triple bottom line, 3 Ps. Also, she covered green transportation and warehousing, various aspects of achieving economic sustainability. So it's a well-informed, as I told you, the same thing here with the previous presenter. Each and every topic is a vast area for another person to go into details. So thank you very much, both presenters. I think now it's the time for the questions, discussion. I'm opening the audience for the discussions.
Commander of the Navy, ladies and gentlemen, good evening to everybody. On behalf of retired DGs of the logistics, I take this opportunity to thank Commander of the Navy, Commandant, Director General Logistics, and the other personalities who gave the maximum support to make this conference a success. When you are going back to the topic of the conference, I would like to focus your minds. Again, you will have heard all these topics, but I would like to focus your minds again. The theme, what I got actually, navigating sustainably the economic resilience through contemporary logistics management. And the sub-themes are transformative logistics for Sri Lanka's economic renaissance, the public-private sector synergy, driving economic prosperity through logistics. Those are very good statements, and the words are very good, attractive. Then green horizons, steering sustainable logistics for the economic resilience. So my question is whether we can achieve these targets actually. In short, what we are talking about, the weak economy, actually we are trying to transform into a strong economy. We are talking about the prosperity, sustainability, and various other things that we are talking about. My thinking is actually, though we are talking about the models and the theories and facts and figures, various other things, we cannot achieve these things unless we follow various, salient, important points. Without these factors, what I'm going to tell you, we can't achieve results. Though we are talking about the economic development and sustainability and the prosperity, whatever it is, we are not going to achieve. Well, this is not only relevant to the Sri Lanka, it is relevant to all of the countries, the poorest countries and the third world countries and various other countries. In any country, the political leader is not honest. Whatever the theories, models, aspirations, objectives you have, you can't achieve. The political leader of any country, he should be an honest leader, corrupt-free, and free from the corrupt practices. Do you take any country, these underdeveloped countries and the poorest countries, what is happening to them? Because they are day by day becoming poor. Why? Because their leaders are corrupt. And the developed countries, when you take actually the reasons, actually they are following certain aspects. That's why they are prospering. The next point is actually supremacy in law and order. If any country is not respecting this aspect, you can't prosper. Whatever you do, not going to success, because it is a failure. The good example is, in the Singapore. In 1948, actually, when you compare Sri Lanka and the Singapore, we were par level in the growth or the per capita income or whatever it is, the economic situation. But now, after so many years, but what is our position and the Singapore position? Singapore, the per capita income is over. Okay. The next one is actually the suitable people must appoint to suitable places. My question is why you all are not giving some sort of thoughts onto these salient points, important points? None of them I couldn't see. They are addressing these points.
So, okay, thank you for the raising the questions, and we also identify these things when we are analyzing the things the political parties, and when it's come to the habitual actions, and these things are attitudes of the people, and there are so many listed things apart behind this, but when it's come to the presentations and the paper content, the write-up, so we are limited to the scope of the theme, and we are limited to the scope, the questions, research questions that we are today presenting. That's why with the limited time, we are addressing those issues. Then when it's come to the study things, we have actually identified those things, and thank you for pointing out these things.
Good evening. I am Commander Lalinda Silva. Actually, my question goes to Mrs. Kalani. During your research findings, you have mentioned about many things about the green environment, under the green environment, like reuse, recycling, and another one is their reverse purchasing. So, with the today's situation, in the current environment, all the business are going through the competition. So they will not care about the environment, either environment. They are only considered about the profits. So under that, your research finding, have you gone through in Sri Lankan sector some of the major businesses under the recycling, reuse, or the reverse purchasing? If you have any findings, please answer.
When it's come to, that is the issue of the greediness of the corporate sector is the prime issue, that we cannot achieve the sustainability. It is, of course, but they have forgotten that this is the competitive advantage also, that they can achieve the profit. As an example, when it's come to the Lady Green, this is the major organization. This is fully going through the sustainability practices, from the designing, manufacturing, all the things they have used this recycle, reduce, recycle, remanufacturing things, and they don't do any environmental harm in practices. And when it's come to the employment opportunities, they use the ladies who are in the villages and who are unemployed, and they form the group, and they give the targets, they give the education for this group, that ladies, and they make, and they have become the employees of the organizations. Then they have the, then the families, the poor families have a chance to grow up their economies, family economies. This is the social concerns, as well as an organization context. This is the benefit to the profit achievement of the organization as well. And there are such an organizations in the Sri Lankan context actually practicing these things, but when it's come to the major organizations, the real issue is the industry competitions and the greediness of the organization. They are doing those things by the sake of doing, like to remove their what they are done to the bad things to the society, but there are actual organizations we can follow up. They are doing these things in really small organizations, but they are, when it's come to the Sri Lanka, the economies are most based on the small SME sectors. That's also the major cases for that. But as an example, what I had told previous organizations, they have totally processed, they have adopted the total process in the way, in the manner of sustainable development and the sustainability. Thank you for the question.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, Chair and to presenters. Sustainable development. I have a question, rather opinion from Commodore Anthony, sir. So you have mentioned use of AI in the long run of sustainable development. So to me, like short run, of course, we see some benefits using AI for the sustainability. But like every coin has a two side, maybe three side rather. So we see some challenges we are using AI. Maybe those AI depend on the data there and viable for some risk attacks. So any prevention methods do you expect to have when you are using this AI for the sustainable development, sir? Any idea of this? Thank you, sir.
Thank you for that question. actually, I mentioned in my challenges also that that is a major concern. But I would suggest that AI deployment in developing countries are at a very low level. So I suggest rather than thinking about the security aspects or the challenges that you face regarding the security, we might go ahead with deploying AI technologies. If you don't deploy them, then you will not know the actual productivity enhancement or the sustainability that can be achieved through those means. So my concern is like in advanced countries, they are actually developing these technologies, again, to help us. So we don't have to think much on that at the beginning so that those kind of security measures will be in place when we really go into the actual usage of AI technologies in these sectors. So I was just trying to give an example. I missed that point. This Expo Lanka is one of the largest companies in the country. They have actually gone for robotics automation in their warehouse operation. So that's a very big sign. That must be a multi-million-dollar project. But there are smaller companies, as she mentioned in the previous question, without spending a cent, using small models like ChatGPT or large language models and those other AI methods just to improve their productivity. So by improving their productivity, onto the topic, we can reduce waste. We can improve our cost. We can reduce our cost. So that is the path that I am suggesting to go. The security aspect is there. It is a challenge, but that comes a little bit after. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We can accommodate only one more question, if there is any, very fast.
Good evening, sir. I am Michiman Jividul, sir, from Intech 39 KDU. My question goes to the first speaker of this third session, Commodore CAP Anthony, sir. Sir, my question is, how can AI technology be implemented in logistic management sector in the Sri Lankan Armed Forces, and are there any actions taken to use AI technology to fulfill our logistic requirements so far?
Could you
Thank you,
repeat? I didn't hear the last part.
My question is, how can AI technology be implemented in logistic management sector in the Sri Lankan Armed Forces, and are there any actions taken to use AI technology to fulfill our logistic requirements so far? Thank you, sir.
Thank you for that question. Actually, we are thinking little far ahead. Even the country is embracing the AI technologies. As I explained, the largest companies have started. Companies like CodeGen, they are working on developing autonomous vehicles for last mile delivery. So the armed forces, although traditionally in the other countries they take the lead, maybe we with the finances that we have, we are not yet there. But we showed our path that is existing in many facets like analytics, autonomous vehicles, and AI. So we have to go down that path. Now we are in a level where we are using computer systems to automate our processes. So the next level is putting some more intelligence into that. In actual fact, AI is actually having to have, generative learning, reasoning, and then problem solving. That kind of approach is available in AI. So we will have to go there. It's a long path, and I guess in future we will achieve that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the audience of the two presenters. I think the two presenters have covered their given areas with the time frame allocated.
Thank you very much for all the questions. But we had a question coming earlier.
not relevant to this discussion. The fact that we brought up certain themes here for the discussion to understand deeper concepts of logistics. But political leadership is very important as of any other leader. I mean, the organizational leadership in the Navy, Army, Air Force, or any other, the leaderships are very important, whether it's military, defense leadership, or political leadership, they're very important. But you don't get to say, the world that we are living in today, there are no utopias, right? Also you cannot always point and show that, he's a bad leader or a good leader. So you took the example of Singapore, but then although these questions are not coming up into the surface, the books that you read about Lee Kuan Yew, leave that aside, but if you deeply analyze it, in the past, during the first president Lee Kuan Yew, the third president Lee Hsien, the nepotism in those families, the companies ruled by the families, the Malaysia, United States is not clean leadership. Now, this kind of leadership issues are elsewhere. Now, we just cannot blame the leadership alone, the failure of the country's politics for the place that we are at right now. And also we need to understand that 30 years protracted war that affected our development, where at the same time Singapore managed differently. They didn't have to face that trauma of looking into the developing and looking into that supply chain oriented economic system of this country. They don't have any other resources. They practically, the shipping is their major income. So with all that, as I said, the leadership, the nepotism, and the other issues, we remember in Malaysia, the politicians, I can't exactly remember the name, but going into jail on matters. So these issues are there in the Indian leadership. These issues are there. So what we need to realize are the issues, and the fact also that we 2 years back, we were just sitting on the queues, just to buy petrol, just to buy gas. So we are somewhat breathing now. So, sir, I just want to bring up the point. I don't want, it's not a point of getting into any debate on this, but just to make a point.
So thank you very much, Rear Admiral Priyantha Pereira, for your concerns and the ideas and the contribution. So concluding my remarks, again relevant as the keynote speaker highlighted at the end, going to Pali blessings, Devo Vastu Kalena, Sahasa Sampata Hetuka, Pito Bautu Lokoka, Raja Bautu Dhammiko. Devo Vastu Kalena, let the rain be there at the right time. Let the harvest be rich. That is the economic aspect of sustainability, the profit part. Pito Bautu Lokoka, let the people be happy. That is the social aspect of the social responsibility. It is inculcated into our culture, instant culture. Very importantly, as highlighted by the keynote speaker, Raja Bautu Dhammiko, let the king be keen, let the king be righteous, king with a vision. That's why we call visionary leaders, not visionary. Let the king be fair. Let the king be transparent. Let the king do the right things. Then we will have the rain on right time without damaging the environment, and good harvest, good profit, and the people will be happy. So I will take the other way around, not Devo Vastu Kalena, let the Raja Bhavatu Dhammiko first. That's my concluding remarks. Thank you very much and wish you all the best.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me express our sincere gratitude to Mr. I.G. Pereira for moderating the third session and the two distinguished speakers for their insightful and valuable research presentations. May I now request Director General Budget and Finance, Rear Admiral Manjula Disanayake, accompanied by the Senior Course Coordinator, Long Logistics Management Course, Captain Akila Mendis, to present the mementos to the resource personnel for conducting a productive session. I invite Mr. I.G. Pereira to accept the memento. The speaker of the fifth paper, Commodore Prasantha Anthony. The speaker of the sixth paper, Mrs. Kalani Madhuvanti. Thank you very much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, along with that, we conclude the third session of the Logistics Conference 2024. I respectfully invite the Director General Budget and Finance, Rear Admiral Manjula Disanayake, for the concluding remarks. Over to you, sir.
The Commander of the Navy, Vice Admiral Priyantha Pereira, Professor Anuja Fernando, Mr. G.I. Pereira, Mr. Suranga Herat, CEO, English Tea Organic, Director Generals representing Sri Lanka Navy, Headquarters, Command Eastern Naval Area, Commandant Naval and Maritime Academy, former Director Generals of the Sri Lanka Navy Logistics Branch, two flag rank officers, those who are presenting here representing Pakistan and Bangladesh, Sri Lankan flag rank officers, representative officers from the Sri Lanka Army, Sri Lanka Air Force and the Department of Police, distinguished personalities from all the universities, representative from corporate sector, students of the 8th Long Logistic Management course, officers, officer under trainees, sailors, those who are following advanced course in the Naval and Maritime Academy, ladies and gentlemen. The full day of logistics have filled with your hearts and brains. I have entrusted with the little difficult task to summing up the day's proceedings. And of course, even though I carried a small notes with me, you know I can't give a pre-prepared speech on this podium because I need to listen to the papers, what you submitted, and what the speakers have told in this program. So if I summing up, and our commander at the initial his speech, he mentioned, quoting Napoleon Bonaparte's quote, saying that armatures are talk about the tactics, where the logisticians are talk by the professionals. So I consider the best 5 rows in this gathering is meant to be professionals, and all officers under trainees and trainees beyond that, I consider them as armature for the field. But with the today's program, you have heard a lot of alien words for you at this age. Sustainability, resilience, logistics, and artificial intelligence, machine learning, so much of things. Don't get disturbed with these things now itself, because you are yet to learn a lot as a military logistician or military officer. The basic logistician, while I was sitting, I was thinking who are the best logisticians I have ever come across. Then I would recall my memories way back in, we'll say, 40, 45 years. I think it is our own mother who has performed the best logistician role at our household. Just imagine, in a conservative Sri Lankan family, mother is she's performing a housewife role, and with the little learning what father has given to her, she tried to manage the just in time. That is the first time that we practice. She goes to Sunday market and bargain and try to select the best of product from the heap of vegetables. That is where the quality comes, and bargaining where the finance is involved. And once she got down all the stuff into the kitchen, she has a storing facility. All the grains are going to the cans, perishable vegetables will kept on the vegetable basket. That is where she practiced the storing. And when she thinks and sees what are the vegetables that's about to get perished or rotten, so she cooks that as a first meal or early as possible. That is where she has followed the FIFO, the first in, first out. So this is the big, small lineup which I want to tell you before you think about these all big words. When you, time to come, you can learn those. So let me get into the assigned task. Today we have concluded the 6th edition of the Logistic Conference. I hope it was a very successful event, and we started with the inaugural keynote speech, inaugural speech by our Director General Logistics, and he was trying to establish for how it is applicability and suitability of the topic what we choose today to the modern day context. So having heard all the 6 papers, what I came to know, it is the right topic to select it. So my dear batchmate, let me congratulate on you selecting this topic. And secondly, our own Commander of the Navy got into the podium and he expressed his thought, what we are supposed to do beyond 2030, starting from 2030. At the moment, he very importantly mentioned that now we are running on 85-15 basis budget, which is 85 for the recurrent and 15 for the capital, which is not the ideal case. From 2030 beyond, we are looking to a pattern for 60-40, 60 for the capital and 40 will be, 60 for the recurrent and 40 will be the capital. So that is the ideal situation. So when time to come, we will be sitting in a very good shape as a Navy, as a nation, and especially being a security force of the country. Secondly, I must very much thankful to Professor Nilesh Pereira, who is the keynote speaker for today's event, even though he is not at the moment. And beside the topic what we have entrusted him, he enlightened us on a different subject. He talked about the present day conflicts and the present day economics issues what we are facing. And due to that very reason, how it is going to affect in the future, especially for the third world country. And global north, global south, so much of thing, very informative speech was delivered by Professor Nilesh Pereira. Even though he's not present in this gathering, let my gratitude goes to him for his great speech. And the program was segmentation into 3 sectors. 2 initial papers was delivered by one of our retired Director General, Rear Admiral Ratnayaka. And he and the other officer, Lieutenant Commander Abhay Ratna, who did the 2 initial papers, was emphasizing on artificial intelligence and the machine learning, which is a new concept it's going to be, even though certain private sector in Sri Lanka is adopting and practicing these systems, still these systems are yet to be grasped by ourselves. Secondly, I could consider those two papers are very vital, and my congratulations must go to two presenters, Lieutenant Commander Piris and the Daminda. You were talking about, your two papers were talking about the public and private and partnership, which is very ideal and very important for the tri-service. And as every one of us knows, now we are in the post-war era situation. So in this situation, the ideal condition is let the private sector also come to give a service for us. So let us partnership with the private sector, and we'll see how best that we can run the organization with their assistance and support. And finally, the two papers presented by Commodore Anthony and Mrs. Madhuvanti is more concentrated about the environmental factors, I would say. And Commodore Anthony my heartfelt gratitude goes to him, being an electrical officer and the flag rank officer, volunteered to do a paper here in this forum. Sir, thank you very much. And Ms. Madhuvanti also imported about a very important subject, recycling, and how best that economy can be recycling and what is the advantage and disadvantage what we can get. Since the three moderators have done a great job, and all the paper presenters have done the good job, I'm not going to give a lengthy discussions and lengthy reviewing on these papers. So hope for the people, those who are professional, those who have come from the other universities, this program has given something for you as a takeaways, and our own officer and the trainees also must have get the cue from this program how you are required to be performed in the future. With this, I would like to thank you, Commandant Naval and Maritime Academy, for assisting us to organize this annual event. This is one of key events in Trincomalee Dockyard and the Academy, especially in the Navy Logistics. Thank you very much, Rohan. And all the officers, those who have supported, Long Logistic Coordinator and the assisted staff, everybody. It was a very successful program, and I know for sure you have a lot of things to take away. And even though you have not learned anything from the papers, at least from the general aspect, what the keynote speakers thought, you can carry something. So even though we are sitting at the eastern coast, sun is setting at the western part, so hope evening is going to be pleasant in Trincomalee. So enjoy the evening. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the end of the Logistics Conference 2024, Navigating Sustainably, the Economic Resilience through Contemporary Logistics Management. May I now take this opportunity to invite Training Captain, Naval and Maritime Academy, Captain Nilanga Dharmaratna, to deliver the vote of thanks. Over to you, sir.
I know this is a long day for you, but let me steal a few minutes from you, pay my gratitude. The chief guest, Commander of the Sri Lanka Navy, Vice Admiral Priyantha Perera, the Command Eastern Naval Area, Rear Admiral Kanchana Banagoda, the Director Generals, Prague Officer Commanding Naval Fleet, and former Director Generals of the Logistics Branch, flag rank officers and senior officers, the Commandant, Naval and Maritime Academy, Commodore Rohan Joseph, senior officers from our sister services, participants from our friendly foreign navies, all distinguished invitees, commanding officers and head of departments, directing staff, faculty members, and officer under trainees, instructors of the Naval and Maritime Academy, Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. The Logistic Conference marked the culmination of the year-long logistic management course conducted at the Naval and Maritime Academy. This course leads to a Master of Business Administration in Logistic Management degree, which is conferred by the General Sir John Kathalawala Defence Academy. The Logistic Conference 2024, organized by the participant of Long Logistic Management course number 8 at the Naval and Maritime Academy, that included participation from various logistics training institutes, universities, government and private institutions, and defense forces. This conference, which have grown to be the most prominent forum for discussing contemporary logistic management issues, and is an integral component of the course curriculum. It is indeed an honor to stand before you today and propose the vote of thanks as the training captain of the prestigious Naval and Maritime Academy at the culmination of the Logistic Conference 2024. First and foremost, on behalf of the Commandant Naval and Maritime Academy, the directing staff, and the administrative staff, I would like to convey our deepest gratitude to the Commander of the Sri Lanka Navy, Vice Admiral Priyantha Pereira, for gracing the occasion as the chief guest. Sir, your presence, able guidance, and assistance contributed to the successful culmination of the Logistic Conference 2024 on a high note. Next, I would like to express my heartfelt appreciation to the guest of honor and keynote speaker today, Professor Nilesh Pereira, for sharing his valuable thoughts aligned with the theme of the conference. Further, I would like to thank all the moderators and paper presenters for sharing their intellect and insights with us today to flourish the event. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to place on record my profound thanks to the Commander Eastern Naval Area, Rear Admiral Kanchana Banagoda, for the unconditional assistance rendered and close supervisions extended in numerous ways to make this event a success. Also, I would like to thank the Director General of Logistics, Rear Admiral Ruwan Kalubowila, the Director General Budget and Finance, Rear Admiral Manjula Disanayaka, for your able guidance, unwavering assistance, and contribution rendered to the success of Logistic Conference 2024. Also, my great appreciation goes to the Flag Officer Commanding Naval Fleet, Rear Admiral Chandima Silva, for your participation in this event. Further, I would like to extend my gratitude to the Director General Training, Rear Admiral Buddhiga Lianagamage, for his immense contribution and presence at the conference today. We greatly admire all your intellectual contributions and their significant value to this audience. I am extremely grateful to the Director Generals, former Director Generals of the Logistics Branch, all senior flag rank officers, including our friends from Bangladesh and Pakistan Navies, senior officers, distinguished invitees, and all conference participants representing the naval headquarters, other naval areas, and public and private sector. Your participation and active contribution towards the conference are highly appreciated. Further, we are grateful to all the participants representing sister services and the Sri Lanka Police Department as well. Next, I would like to extend our sincere appreciation to faculty members and students of universities and their representatives, as well as the attendees of this conference who represent government and private institutions. I would be failing in my duty if I did not appreciate the hard work of the Commandant, Acting Commanding Officer, Senior Course Coordinators, Officer in charge of all schools, directing staff, administrative staff, officers and sailors of the NMA in organizing the Logistic Conference in a highly successful manner. Further, my sincere thanks go to the Sri Lanka Navy Media, Band, Cultural Troop, IT Department, and all supporting staff for their unwavering support throughout the conference. Last, but not the least, I would like to thank course participants of Long Logistic Management course number 8 for their dedicated commitment in making the event a success. Finally, I wish you and your families good luck and continued success. Thank you and have a pleasant evening.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to depart after the paramount forum of fostered dialogues and shared insights amongst the participants, an exchange of views and ideas from intellectuals who come from all over the country and South Asian region to participate in this conference. I would like to take this opportunity to request you to pass on to your heads of the organizations that the next logistics conference will be held in the year 2025, and you may please reserve a slot in your calendar to revisit this historic city of Trincomalee.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, hereby the Logistics Conference 2024 is adjourned.
Bon voyage, Ayubovan.